Good evening. Aloha. Will the Committee on Zoning and Planning please come to order? Those wishing to present oral testimony this evening, if you have not already submitted your registration form to our committee clerk, please do so at this time. Otherwise, please raise your hand to indicate your desire to speak at the time I call for additional testifiers at the conclusion of registered testifiers giving their testimony. Speakers will be limited to a 1-minute presentation on all items this evening. I will do my best, however, as we have in the past, to be liberal to allow the testifiers to be able to give their presentation and to be able to say their piece. Written testimonies, including the testifier's address, email address, phone number, and other contact information, may be posted by the City Clerk and available to the public on the City's DocuShare website. As a courtesy, the Chair would like to ask that all cell phones and pagers and any other electronic devices please either be turned off or placed on silent mode for the duration of this evening's meeting. I would like to thank Committee Vice Chair Harimoto, seated to my right, Councilmember Ann Kobayashi, and the Council Member of the District, Councilmember Ron Manor, for helping us fulfill quorum this evening. We are here this evening to hear the item that's before us, Bill 48, at the request of the area council members, Councilmember Ron Manor and Council Chair Ernie Martin, to give the community an opportunity to share your thoughts and your feelings and the desires for your community right out here in your home community without having to travel to Honolulu Hale. Additionally, we want to ensure that working people, working families have an opportunity to be able to talk story with your elected officials on your time, pauhana, after work, in your community, when you're most able to do so without having to make additional adjustments to your very busy schedules. Before going on this evening, I want to let folks know, first of all, the women's restroom facility is right out the door to the right. The men's restroom facility is out the door to the right and around the corner. I would also like to remind everybody here in attendance this evening that classes for Leeward Community College, are ongoing. And we need to be mindful of the Leeward Community College classes that are going on this evening. So if we could, to the best extent possible while we're outside, please keep our voices down. At this time, I would like to recognize one of the council members from the district to say a few words, Councilmember Ron Manor.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Good evening to all of you, and welcome to our council meeting this evening. First of all, I wanted to thank you, Chair Anderson, Council Chair Martin, and my other colleagues on the City Council for accommodating my request to hold a special City Council meeting on Bill 48 relating to the proposed Koa Ridge project here at Leeward Community College this evening. As you know, Mr. Chair, under our normal council procedures, Bill 48 would have been scheduled for public hearing during our last Zoning and Planning Committee hearing, which was held on August 22. However, I recommended and requested that the hearing on the bill be deferred so that we could hold an evening meeting out here in the community to make it as convenient as possible for leaders and members of our community to be able to participate and provide testimony on this important measure. In this regard, I wanted to express my gratitude to all of those in the audience for joining us this evening. The zoning change request for the proposed Koa Ridge project that is pending before this council is the largest development proposal that has come before the council in years. If approved, the development of Koa Ridge would have significant and far-reaching impacts on residents who reside throughout this region, Central and Leeward Oahu, into the future. In this regard, I welcome the input of those who have submitted and will be submitting testimony this evening, and I look forward to a productive and informative dialogue regarding this important issue tonight. So again, mahalo to all of you for joining us. And Council Chair, before I turn this over to you again, I just wanted to recognize the presence of several elected officials from the state legislature from this area, whom I believe are in attendance this evening. First of all, we have Representative Marcus Oshiro representing Waihoa. Also indicating to my office that they would try to be in attendance were Senator Michelle Kidani, Representative Ryan Yamane, Representative Lawrence Sheep, State Representative Beth Fukumoto, and if they're all here, thank you. And former State Representative Marilyn Lee, I believe, is here in the audience. Thank you all for joining us this evening.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Menor. The Chair would also like to note the presence of Councilmember Kimberly Pine. Thank you very much for being here. Members, before us this evening is Bill 48, rezoning land at Waipio, Central Oahu from Ag 1 Restricted Agricultural District to R3.5 Residential District, A2 Medium Density Apartment District with a height limit of 50 feet, Business Mixed Use 3 Community Business Mixed Use District with a height limit of 60 feet, B1 Neighborhood Business District with a height limit of 40 feet, IMX1 Industrial Commercial Mixed District with a height limit of 60 feet, and P2 General Preservation District. We have the applicant and their agent up here at the front. Would both of you please introduce yourselves and state your name for the record?
Good evening, Chair Anderson and members of the City Council Committee on Zoning and Planning. My name is Keith Kurahashi of Castle and Cooke, and I'm the Planning and Zoning Consultant for the applicant.
Hi, my name is Laura Kodama, and I'm with Castle and Cooke from Hawaii, the applicant.
Mr. Kurahashi and Ms. Kodama, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. I'll be testifying in support of the proposed zone change for Koa Ridge. Castle and Cooke Homes Hawaii Inc. is the landowner and master developer of Koa Ridge. Castle and Cooke has been planning and building communities for over 50 years. Castle and Cooke developed Miller Line, Hawaii's first master planned community. It is home to more than 50,000 residents and over 16,000 homes, including second and third generation Mililani families who chose Central Oahu as their home.
Mr. Kurahashi, 1 second.
Sure.
Can folks hear us in the back?
Yes, barely.
Okay. We'll do our best to get our sound folks to turn it up a bit.
All right, that's great.
Mr. Kurahashi, please proceed.
Sure. Mililani, with its over 16,000 homes, is over 4.5 times larger than Koa Ridge, which is 3,500 homes planned. The Koa Ridge development encompasses 576 acres and will consist of approximately 3,500 residences, a mixed-use higher density village center, a 28-acre medical center, commercial and light industrial uses, a church site, elementary school, community center, community park, and neighborhood park. The general plan first adopted in 1977 and in subsequent amendments to 2002 continued to include a policy to encourage growth in Kapolei, Eva, and Central Oahu. For the past 36 years, the general plan has called for significant growth in the Central Oahu area, with only the primary urban center planned for a larger share of the island's population. Clearly, the city's long-range policy to address population growth has been to target urban growth expansion in the Central Oahu and Eva region. Based on the Central Oahu Sustainable Communities Plan adopted in 2002, Koa Ridge is within the urban community boundary and supports the role and vision of the Central Oahu Sustainable Communities Plan by providing a well-designed, livable community with a variety of housing, including affordable housing. It's important to understand that the city established the urban community boundary to balance the need to address future growth while protecting 10,350 acres of diversified agricultural lands. Koa Ridge is clearly an infill project and not urban sprawl. that is completely consistent with the city's long-standing policy for growth on Oahu, as set forth in the general plan and the Central Oahu Sustainable Communities Plan. The Koa Ridge Community Visioning Group, established in 2003, developed the project goals and guiding principles which have served as the foundation of all our planning for the past 10 years. There has been 18 workshops involving representatives of over 47 community organizations and constituencies in Central Oahu. Members include 5 neighborhood boards, area residents, community organizations and business groups, senior organizations, youth groups, and school and church representatives in Mililani, Waipahu, Wahiawa, and Pearl City communities. In addition to working with the Koa Ridge Community Visioning Team since 2001, we have engaged the community through more than 75 meetings with community and business organizations, 45 of those meetings being with the surrounding neighborhood boards. To achieve the community's vision, the proposed Koa Ridge development will be an integrated mixed-use community with a unique sense of place where residents can live, work, and play, in close proximity to retail, services, healthcare, and community amenities. This new higher-density compact master plan community will be one that is safe, modern, walkable, and bicycle-friendly, encompassing principles and features consistent with smart growth and sustainability. Koa Ridge will become a major employment center with 2,300 permanent jobs, including 1,100 medical jobs, projected at the community's full build-out. This results in a jobs-to-housing ratio of 2 jobs for every 3 homes in Koa Ridge. This will be an added benefit to the community, as well as to help in reducing traffic with employment at our medical center, village center, and gateway commercial developments. During the development of Koa Ridge, there will be approximately 1,000 construction jobs on an average annual basis, and approximately 1,600 indirect and induced jobs average annually. These jobs will help in getting our construction industry workforce back to work. Major economic benefits that Koa Ridge provides includes real property taxes to the city and county of Honolulu at full build-out of about $8 million annually, and state new operating revenue of $12.3 million annually during construction, and after full build-out, an estimated $4 million annually. In order to minimize impacts on the transportation system, Koa Ridge plans to provide 500 units of senior housing. Senior housing is one of the lowest traffic generators during the morning and afternoon rush hours. Koa Ridge also plans to provide about 2,300 permanent jobs, which will help to provide jobs in close proximity to the proposed housing to help reduce travel on the freeway system during the peak hours. Even if employees come from the surrounding communities or west of downtown Honolulu, they will reduce the amount of traffic traveling in the peak direction into town during the morning peak hour. The project also plans a mixed-use village center that will provide opportunities for business owners to live above their business operations in the village center, reducing the need for freeway travel to work. The proposed rail system is an alternative mode of transportation. The city's plans incorporate a Pearl Highland station that will include a major park and ride with 1,600 stalls. It is roughly 2 miles from Koa Ridge, with access via a new ramp from the H2 directly to the park and ride. Residents at Koa Ridge would be able to ride the rail transit by either driving or riding the bus down H2 onto the ramp into the park and ride facility. We are in receipt of the Department of Planning and Permitting's Director's Report to the Planning Commission dated June 17, 2013, and a draft unilateral agreement and declaration for conditional zoning. We accept the proposed conditions in the draft unilateral agreement with a modification of Condition 4. Condition 4, dealing with urban design plan, says in part, the urban design plan shall address pedestrian safety concerns by reflecting no roadway between the proposed school and community park. We ask that the phrase, or other design approved by the Department of Education and the Department of Planning and Permitting be added. This modification is needed as we continue to work with the Department of Education and the Department of Planning and Permitting to provide a design alternative for the school and park. that's acceptable to both agencies. We have also requested a CD1 with a revised zoning map. We originally planned to locate the fire station and a possible daycare site within the community park site. However, to allow for greater flexibility in locating the fire station and to provide a site for the daycare on urban zone lands and not P2 preservation land, we are proposing to reduce the community park site by 2 acres. The remaining 17 acres plus additional neighborhood park acreage of approximately 3 acres will be well above the 13.8 acres required for park dedication. The 2 acres from the park are proposed to be zoned as BMX3. The fire station and daycare sites will be located on urban zone lands, subject to discussions with appropriate agencies. The Department of Parks and Recreation and the Department of Planning and Permitting are both in support of this proposed revision. The revised zoning map also changes 26 acres of R3.5 residential district to A2 medium density apartment district to provide greater flexibility in the planning around the edge of the gulch. This revision will not affect the total number of units planned, which remains at 3,500. Castle and Cooke has consulted with and received support from the Department of Planning and Permitting, the Board of Water Supply, the Department of Environmental Services, and the Department of Transportation Services on this revision. We have been working with Councilmember Minor to address some of the concerns he had about the improvements needed to support the proposed development. In accordance with Councilmember Minor's recommendation, Castle and Cooke now plans to provide all traffic improvements recommended in the TIAR for Koa Ridge, except the Pineapple Road interchange, subject to the Department of Transportation and Department of Transportation Services approval before occupying any residential or commercial development at Koa Ridge. Castle and Cooke will propose signalization of the proposed Kamehameha Highway connection to Koa Ridge to the Department of Transportation and provide the necessary improvements subject to their approval. We would also move the delivery of first homes in Koa Ridge from 2015 to 2016. We will also discuss with the Department of Education the possibility of becoming the contractor for a turnkey elementary school at Koa Ridge, subject to state funding. In addition to our planned traffic improvements, the State Department of Transportation has transportation projects in the region planned for the H1 and H2 freeways and Kamehameha Highway that are identified in either or both the Oahu Regional Transportation Plan 2035 and statewide transportation improvement programs. These improvements are intended to help with the rush hour commute into and out of Honolulu. We respectfully request your favorable consideration of Bill 48, and thank you very much. We also have 5 associates and consultants that will speak on specific issues related to the development of Koa Ridge, including Mr. Alex Su of Balloon Farms, our current tenant at Koa Ridge, and also a tenant on a similar sized lot located near the Halemana Military Reservation. Dr. Bruce Platt of Platt Econ Pacific LLC, our economic and agricultural consultant. Mr. Pete Pasquale of Wilson Okamoto, our traffic engineer. Mr. R. Don Olden of Waiwa Hospital, our partner in providing a medical complex at Koa Ridge. And Mr. Paul Brubaker of TZ Economics, our economic consultant. Alec, can you come up? Thanks.
Good evening, council member. Thank you for this opportunity to be here and speak on behalf of Koa Ridge. My name is Alex Su. I'm the general manager, and our family owns a loon farm. Our company is 180 full-time and about 24 part-time family, local families. I stand before you here to show our support and want to stress that we fully support Koa Ridge development. And here are some of the reasons why. Simply, there's a lot of strong ag supporter in the community, and we're very grateful. And there's probably even an argument that the loss of Koa Ridge would be imploding the ag industry. That is simply not true. There are a lot of agricultural land on Oahu. There are a lot of land, open grounds from Waihima, Central, down toward the North Shore. What has been the biggest problem in agriculture has been lack of water infrastructure. Now, Koa Ridge has been great, ideal place for agriculture for us, growing vegetables there for the last 14 years. 340 acres have been great productive ground. And it's been great because it has 100-year-old Waihole water infrastructure in place. A lot of people don't recognize that. That is a great asset to the state. Our working relationship with Castle and Cooke and Dole have been a long, good working relationship. We've, in fact, got into Koa Ridge with a handshake with one of the Dole manager back in 1997, and with that, we perceived a hand. And mainly, we saw their support of ag is very genuine, in the sense that whatever it takes to sustain the infrastructure, to keep it in good condition, they'll support it. That map up there is a proactive lot of about same acres, 335 acre. And that lot is sitting at Helimanu. And as you can see all around are wide open agricultural fields. Some of those fields have been sitting fallow for over a decade now. There's been a lot of work that's been put into that ground. And working with Dole and Castle and Cooke, they proactively, as far back as 4 or 5 years ago, say, hey, this is probably the only ground that has clean water, that high-value vegetable crop can be irrigated with clean water, and it's the Tanada water. In addition, since we've been in there, Dole have been supportive in terms of looking at whatever it takes to sustain, build on the old infrastructure that they have. In fact, we're looking at building several more reservoirs up there to capture the Tanada water, more of it. In fact, probably 6-7 months of the year, that water is being overflowed because of the natural catchment of those valleys. We can improve the system up there. In fact, we have the vision to improve. And with the support of Dole, have allowed us as a partner to say, whatever it takes, let's do it. They're committed to ag. From that standpoint, I think it's very genuine and very true. Thank you.
Applicant, do you have any questions, by the way?
We'll hold our questions, Mr. Kurahashi, until after we bring up the administration. And if there are any questions, I'll have the members ask questions at that point.
Thank you.
Sir, would you please introduce yourself and proceed with your presentation?
Yes, my name is Bruce Clash, and I'm an economic consultant, and I was retained by Castle and Cooke to assess the impacts of Koa Ridge on agriculture. I'm also a consultant to the city on which lands to recommend as important ag lands. I have submitted a written testimony of my findings, and they indicate that Koa Ridge will not have a significant adverse impact on agriculture. Regarding loon farms, the 325 acres that they farm at Koa Ridge have been replaced by the acreage that was shown in the last slide, plus some additional acreage that negotiated with Dole for a total of 575 acres, so that there will be a net increase of 250 acres. The replacement lands will allow loon farms to grow more food than they currently grow at Koa Ridge. Regarding diversified agriculture, ample farmland and water are available to accommodate future growth, provided that water delivery systems are improved. Land and water are available due to the loss of plantation agriculture. Koa Ridge will result in the loss of far too little farmland to limit the growth of diversified agriculture or to adversely affect endeavors to increase food self-sufficiency and food security. Regarding the land use plans for Oahu, Koa Ridge is, excuse me, Laura, can you switch to the next slide? Koa Ridge is consistent with the city's policy to concentrate urban development within its growth boundaries so as to conserve and protect the high-quality farmland outside the growth boundaries. The high-quality farmland that is being protected is located in Kunia, on the North Shore, and rural communities. Regarding the important ag lands, state law does not allow the city government to recommend Koa Ridge to be designated as important ag lands for two reasons. First, it is within the state's urban district. Second, it's within the city's urban growth boundary. Thus, Koa Ridge cannot be a candidate for designation as important ag lands. However, it should be noted that Castle and Cooke voluntarily dedicated 679 acres of its Oahu land as important ag land. This dedication ensures that more land will stay in agriculture than the amount of land at Koa Ridge. And in fact, Castle and Cooke was the first landowner on Oahu to voluntarily dedicate land as important ag land. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Pete Pasquale. I'm a traffic engineer and director of traffic engineering at Wilson Okamoto Corporation, a Honolulu-based engineering firm here in Hawaii. We were retained by Castle and Cooke Homes Hawaii to prepare a traffic impact analysis report, or also known as a TIAR, for the proposed project. The study area for the traffic study and traffic analysis includes numerous roadways in the region, namely Kauka Boulevard, fronting the project site, from the Waipio interchange to Kamehameha Highway and all intersections in between, as well as Kamehameha Highway from Waipahu Street, which is approximately 2 miles south of the project site, all the way up to Lanikuhana Avenue, which is also about 2 miles north of the project site. So you're looking at an area, a study area spanning of approximately 5 miles. Also included in analysis is the interchange, the Waipio interchange. All on and off ramps associated with that interchange were analyzed as well. Traffic counts, which serves as a baseline for traffic analysis, were taken on numerous occasions starting in the year 2007 and ending in the last counts we took is 2012. It includes all intersections that I had mentioned on Kamehameha Highway, Kauka Boulevard, and as well as the interchange. The traffic analysis evaluates and identifies roadway deficiencies utilizing the concept of level of service as required by the state transportation agencies. For years 2022, which is the anticipated build-out for Koa Ridge, and also an interim year 2018. Recommendations were identified to mitigate not only projected conditions under each of the development scenarios under consideration, but also improvements to mitigate existing intersection and roadway deficiencies that exist today. The recommendations or mitigating measures identified in the TIAR would result in traffic and movements at the study intersections I mentioned before to operate at acceptable level of service, D or better, as required by the state and city transportation agencies. And in some cases, for specific movements of the study intersections, better than what it exists today. Thank you.
My name is Don Olden. I'm the CEO of Wahiawa General Hospital. I'm testifying on behalf of Wahiawa General Hospital and Wahiawa Hospital Association. For over a decade, Wahiawa Hospital has recognized that the hospital must be relocated to a site with a higher population base if it is to serve the community properly and survive. The Koa Ridge area is ideal in that it provides a service area of 150,000 plus, whereas the current Wahiawa Hospital location is a service area of only 60,000. Wahiawa Hospital and Castle and Cooke jointly supported the development of a feasibility study for the new hospital at the Koa Ridge site. The study determined that a new 100-bed hospital, physician office buildings, and 100 to 150-bed skilled nursing facility is feasible, provided that acute care services at Wahiawa are relocated to Koa Ridge. In addition to improved healthcare services, the traffic problems in and out of Honolulu would be helped by locating the new hospital at Koa Ridge. For example, currently 92% of Wahiawa's employees live in Central and West Oahu, and only 8% live in the Honolulu and Kailua area. I am reminded of another project that I worked on in another state where 26 acres of land for a new hospital was donated by a developer. In approximately a 5-year period, we completed a merger of 10 hospitals, and the new hospital was designed and opened. Wahiawa Hospital has been working on the Koa Ridge project for over 10 years, and Wahiawa is deeply appreciative that the zoning application is now being finally reviewed. Wahiawa strongly believes future healthcare services in the North Shore, Central Oahu, and West Oahu will be enhanced tremendously with the move of Wahiawa Hospital to Koa Ridge site. Wahiawa believes it is urgent for the survival of Wahiawa Hospital that the zoning be approved without delay. I appreciate your time and thank you for permitting me to testify.
Please state your name for the record and proceed with your presentation.
Well, good evening. My name is Paul Brubaker, and I'm the principal of TZ Economics and a consultant to Castle and Cooke. Based partly on a white paper I wrote for Castle and Cooke this spring, I support their proposal to develop the master plan 3,500 housing unit community known as Koa Ridge, extending a half-century of suburban development along the H2 Freeway corridor in an area long designated as urban fringe. Only by enabling new housing supply response can regulatory agencies dampen the amplitude of the next housing valuation cycle and extend affordable access to housing for prospective Oahu homebuyers. Economic conditions now support rising housing demand, but on the supply side of Oahu's housing market, conditions are tight. New home production in the last 4 years on Oahu was the lowest for any 4-year period since World War II. As a percent of the existing housing stock, new home building on Oahu during the decade of the Great Depression of the 1930s was 4 times as much as was new home building on Oahu during the most recent decade of the Great Recession, including the last housing boom. It was 5 times as much in the third quarter of the 20th century and twice as much in the fourth quarter of the 20th century. Those who know the broad outlines for Honolulu's urbanization plans for the last half-century understand that the benefits of development can be balanced responsibly with the benefits of conservation. New housing in areas slated for development dampens the amplitude of Oahu's housing valuation cycle and prevents an acceleration of home prices that will occur otherwise. Mahalo for your time.
Mr. Kurahashi, that concludes your presentation.
Yes, it does.
Thank you very much. At this time, the chair will call for the city administration to come forth. Director George Alta of the Department of Planning and Permitting. Would you please come forward with your staff?
Zoning Committee, thank you for the opportunity to be here. With me is I'm George Arthur, the Director of Planning and Permitting, and with me is Art Shalicom, Deputy Director of Planning and Permitting.
Please proceed.
We've reviewed the Koa Ridge proposal many times and had extensive, as Mr. Kurahashi mentioned, many community meetings, many of which we have been a part, and Castle and Cooke has did many of the community meetings on their own. And after having reviewed it, we're in favor of the proposal. Our report recommends approval. We would like to note a few additional things that Mr. Kurahashi sort of touched on. One is that while it is a large development, if you look at it in the scale of the Central Oahu development plan, it is an infill development plan, as I think. I guess I'd like to actually show a map. So that map that was just put on the easel by Randy Hara from our planning branch. If you look at that map, Koa Ridge is just in that middle yellow area, and you can see that from a planning standpoint, that it's essentially sandwiched between approved or existing land uses, residential, urban development. So that's definitely, when you look at it in that scale, you understand that it is infill within the larger development plan area. The second thing that's mentioned, that I think Mr. Kurahashi also mentioned, and we show on this map, the red line that between the Koa Ridge site and Pearl Highland Station is the proposed possible bus transit route. We have talked to Department of Transportation Services, and the idea of possibly a bus rapid transit link between Koa Ridge and the Pearl Highland Station is something that we are currently investigating. And I noticed from the timing of the development that when the first house has gone go online it was in 2016, the rail, if it maintains its current schedule, is scheduled to open in 2017. And so the timing between the two should synchronize, and remember that a development of this size takes between 20 and 30 years usually to build out fully. So when the rails start, only the first increments are going to be developed. And the other thing is from a phasing standpoint, because I know the issue of concurrency has been raised many times, is that the timing between the infrastructure and the development, because of the long build-out time, it gives the departments and the line agencies time to adjust or develop infrastructure. So I think that the statement made by Mr. Pasqua that the current levels of service will probably be maintained, and along with the multimodal system that's related to the rail, we think the concurrency concept will be met in principle. And so I think that's something that's very important. And so for all of these reasons, and I think the special presentations made by the consultants addressed most of the major concerns that we heard during the various meetings that we've had. And so therefore, we think this is a good project that fits within the Central Oahu Sustainable Communities Plan, and therefore recommend approval of the plan.
Director, that concludes your presentation. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Members, we have quite a crowd gathered here this evening, and we do have quite a number of registered testifiers. That being said, the chair will now move to the registered testifiers list, and At the conclusion of all testifiers, members, we may recall either the applicant or the Department of Planning and Permitting for questions. But I'm going to hold member questions until after we're done with public testimony. That being said, members, if anyone has any questions for any of the testifiers, please feel free to ask. Our first testifier this evening is Lance Yoshimura, followed by Justin Kochi, followed by David Sampson. Please proceed.
Hello, Chair Anderson and members of the Council, Zoning and Permitting Planning Commission. I'm Lance Yoshimura, a 21-year resident of Mililani Mauka and a Mililani Mauka Launani Valley Neighborhood Board member since 2003. I humbly wish to testify in support of the proposed Koa Ridge development and its zoning change. My wife and I have 3 children, 2 24-year-old boys and an 18-year-old girl. Our family values are based on Hawaii values where we help each other out and ohana comes first. One of my sons will be a lifelong resident of Oahu and wants to someday in the near future purchase a home and raise a family close to our home. And as parents and grandparents, we will be able to care for our grandchildren and alleviate the added costs to make ends meet. And at the same time, provide the best quality and safest babysitting possible. At some point, grandparent involvement and transportation to sports and extracurricular activities will be inevitable. But to cut it short, on another note, Koa Ridge offers market, affordable, and senior housing, in addition to hospital and businesses that will create a work-live environment. Our present Mililani home will become a home for my daughter and her family, and with the senior housing option, it gives my wife and I an opportunity in our twilight years to have somewhere to live and at the same time be a part of our children's lives in Koa Ridge. 23 years ago, my wife and I had a dream to one day live in Mililani Mauka to raise our family if we were lucky enough. Our dream has come true and can become full circle. Families that live in the Central Oahu area who are either for or against Koa Ridge need to remember that others have dreams as well. And hopefully, with your support of the Koa Ridge development, which I humbly ask for, their dreams can be fulfilled. Thank you. I also wanted to submit support from the Mililani Mauka Launani Valley Board. They passed a resolution unanimously in 2009, and I want to submit that also.
You can submit that to Kimberly or Tina next.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Justin Kochi, followed by David Sampson.
Chair Anderson and committee members, my name is Justin Kochi. I've submitted my written testimony. I am a lifelong Mililani resident and I support the Castle and Cooke Koa Ridge project. It will provide us with much needed medical center, school, and housing. I know traffic is a big issue with everybody who lives on that side, but I'd rather my kids grow up in the area where I brought up and live close to me and deal with the traffic. There's traffic everywhere. No matter where you go, there's traffic. I go to the North Shore, there's traffic. Every place I go, there's traffic. And that's one of the big issues we have with this. But yeah, I'll leave an hour earlier to have my kids live close to me, to bring the, what it is, it's about family, and that's what I am about. So I hope you guys agree with this project and support it like I do. Thank you.
David Sampson, followed by Mark Gasper, followed by John Represor.
Chairman Anderson, committee members, my name is David Sampson, and I too lived in Mililani my entire life. And I strongly support the rezoning of Koa Ridge. I'm currently renting in Mililani now. My entire family lives in Mililani. I went from grade school to high school. My church is in Mililani, and I coach youth athletics there too. Koa Ridge is my hope to continue living in this area. My family, my church, and community also. I've been hoping for years, but it's been delayed. I don't like traffic either. However, the past 20 years, including when I commuted to the UH Manoa, I see the problem, and hopefully rail can come through there also to alleviate some of the traffic issues. Also, hope you consider that there are many homes in Mililani that have 2, 3, maybe 4 families in them they're already Mililani drivers, so it's not going to add to the traffic that's already there. So I please beg you to vote to rezone Koa Ridge site for white people. Thank you.
Mark Gasper, followed by John Rapasuro, followed by Shannon Olivaro. Shannon, please come forward.
Aloha Chair Anderson, Vice Chair Harimoto, Shannon Olivado on behalf of the General Contractors Association here in support of Bill 48. You have our submitted testimony. I just wanted to touch on 3 points. Koa Ridge offers housing opportunities. Previous speakers mentioned an opportunity to live close where they were raised. It's an opportunity for our local kids to buy a home here in Hawaii. This development is within the country's urban growth boundary. And third, Castle and Cooke is sensitive to the needs of Kama'aina. As you heard, they've been here 50 years, over 50 years. They're not gonna be here just for this development and move on. They're people that stay in the community, build the community, and care for the community. I just wanted to also point out a recent survey disclosed by PBN last Friday, and it mentioned one of the best places to start a family based on public school ratings, average home value, ongoing cost of home ownership, average income and economic growth. Number 1, Mililani Town. I think with that in mind, council members, we respectfully ask for you to highly consider all the comments raised today and everything, but we respectfully ask for you to grant this zone change and pass Bill 48 and move this forward. Thank you very much.
Matthew Lopresti, followed by Sean Lucan, followed by Cindy McMillan. Dr. Lopresti, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Matt Lopresti with the Sierra Club. I'm here to testify in opposition to the Koa Ridge development. The reason I oppose it, and the reason why a lot of environmentalists oppose it, is because we realize that housing needs to follow infrastructure, not the other way around. I live in Ewa Beach, and those of us out in Ewa Beach and Kapolei, we've seen what it means to build a second city into a bedroom community without the infrastructure. I'm open to compromise myself. I think if you guys built the rail up to Mililani personally, it would piss off a lot of other environmentalists, but I could see then supporting developing a bedroom community if you have the transportation infrastructure. But I think we need to build that first. I stood with the unions for rail, and I meant it, and I stood with the unions for Ho'opili, and I meant it. But all those arguments against Ho'opili that I disagreed with, I think all of those arguments stand against Koa Ridge. And I really appreciate Kim Pine and Ron Manor at the Ewa Beach Neighborhood Board meeting. I asked you if you would stand with the Mililani community, the neighborhood board who said that they were opposed to this. And you both at least made me think that you would give a lot of credence to the people out there who oppose it. It took me over an hour to get here from downtown. I saw Kim came in late, a lot of other people came in late. What's it going to be like when we don't have the transportation infrastructure in place first? Do that, and then maybe you can see, I think, greater community support. Thank you.
Sean Lucan, followed by Cindy McMillan.
With Chair Anderson and committee members, I'm Sean Lucan with the Carpenters Union, here in support of Bill 48. You have my written testimony, and I'll highlight. First, addressing housing needs. The unemployed, 35% of our members, and hundreds that suffered for years know that building has stopped. Families have faced high prices and lack of inventory because of the recession and lack of zone projects. Koa Ridge will meet city affordable housing requirements subsidized by market price units rather than the city. Second, provide jobs without a drive to town. The build out will be over a generation. Finally, it's a planned community within the city's urban boundaries. Our economy is still recovering. City finances are still needed, added property value, and Koa Ridge can contribute in many ways. Thank you.
Cindy McMillan,
Thank
and
you.
make another call for Mark Gasper and John Rapasur.
Thank you, Chair Anderson and members of the committee. Cindy McMillan, representing the Pacific Resource Partnership. We are in support of this application. We believe that our city can accommodate much of the growth that we know is coming within the urban corridor, specifically along the rail route. Having said that, we also know that not everyone wants to live in the city corridor. Our research shows that there will be a need for at least 17,000 new homes outside the urban corridor. Koa Ridge is a mixed-use community. That development pattern will consume less land overall, lead to fewer vehicle miles traveled, and it will alleviate some of that traffic. And I was heartened to hear Director Atta mention that bus rapid transit is a possibility, and that the timing of that project would be concurrent with the opening of the rail project. We do support this project. We urge your consideration of our comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mark Gasper, John Rapasur, if not, Anthony Alto, followed by Ricky Tamashiro.
Good evening, Chair Anderson and committee members. Welcome to the Leeward site. I'm Ricky Tamashiro, resident of Mililani, Mauka, and also the president of the Hawaiian Basic Union. I'm here tonight to ask for your support for Bill 48. With the approval of the bill and the proposed development, we'll give me a chance to go back to work, as well as my fellow members and other trade unions. It will give the children of Central Oahu and others an opportunity to purchase a home in Central Oahu. Thank you for the opportunity to give my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Another call for Anthony Alto. Saw him here earlier. There he is. Followed by Janetta Nakasone.
Thanks, Chair. I'm sorry I wasn't here. A little crisis on the phone. I have a lot to say on this subject, but I'm not going to have the time. So what I'd like to do, if I may, is through the chair, I guess I should preface my remarks by saying I'm chair of the Oahu group of the Sierra Club. We have 4,000 members. And I'd like to start by where I intended to end, which is that by explaining that last year the Sierra Club upset many of our allies in the environmental community by deciding to support the rail project. We lost members. We had people pulling us up and cutting us out of their wills. A lot of people think that we are supported by rich mainland California millionaires. That's not true. Every penny we have, we raise here. But we decided we had to support rail because it was our assessment that there is a critical shortage of decent, affordable housing on this island. And we cannot countenance a society where working families who've lived here for generations are forced to flee to the mainland because they cannot afford a decent place to live. For us, the question then became what kind of housing and where? The answer was denser housing built near train stations in order to preserve the last of the most beautiful, unspoiled places on the island. Places like Koa Ridge. I'm not sure how many members of the committee have been up to Koa Ridge, but it is a stunningly beautiful place. So in supporting rail, we stood shoulder to shoulder with people who often think of us and whom we may have thought of in the past as the enemy. People who are wearing orange shirts and yellow shirts in this room, members of the construction unions. We stood shoulder to shoulder with them. And we did so because the leadership of those unions told us that they shared our vision of a denser transit-oriented development, of using denser transit-oriented development in order to preserve farmland and the beauty of this island for their keiki. We are not trying to kill jobs. We are not trying to say stop building houses. We are just saying that this is the wrong kind of housing in the wrong place. So we ask them that they now stand shoulder to shoulder with us to see that the housing is built where it should be in the urban growth corridor along the rail route. There's one other procedural point that I'd like to make, which is to point out that the Sierra Club is currently litigating in court. We have appealed the Land Use Commission decision, and if that appeal is upheld by the state Supreme Court, this committee would then be in the, I would say, uncomfortable position of having given the green light to zoning for property for which the state has not reclassified it from the ag into the urban boundary. And I would think that's a very uncomfortable position for you to be in. The city has always deferred to the state. So I was just saying that the city has always deferred to the state on these matters. And for that and for many other reasons that I've already had the opportunity to discuss with members of the committee, and I'm very grateful to you for the time that you've given us. I'll leave it at that, but I'll be very happy to take some questions.
Members, any questions for Mr. Alton? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nero Nakasone, followed by Nick Poirier.
My name is Jerry Bright.
You're not Nero Nakasone? Sorry. Next testifier then is Nick Poirier.
Chair Anderson, members, my name is Nick Poirier. I'm Chair of Neighborhood Board number 25. We believe that the application before you today is premature. It should only be considered following revisions to the Oahu General Plan and the Central Oahu Sustainable Communities Plan. The Oahu General Plan is supposed to be revised every 10 years and has not been updated since 2002. Its purpose is to set forth a comprehensive statement of objectives and policies which incorporate the long-range aspirations of island residents and shape the strategies and actions needed to achieve them. At present, the general plan allows for more development in Central Oahu than Kapolei ever, which is supposed to be Oahu's secondary urban center. The 5-year review of the Central Oahu Sustainable Communities Plan is mandated by the ordinance. No 5-year review has been completed for Central Oahu since the initial adoption by Council in 2002. The present plan calls for up to 20,000 additional housing units in Central Oahu. As such, residents continue to be concerned about both the necessity for and the number of developments pending Central Oahu and ever, and more importantly, the adequacy of regional infrastructure, both existing and proposed, to support such development if approved. Both the general plan and the Central Oahu Sustainable Communities Plan are terribly out of date. Both need to be reviewed, revised, and thoroughly vetted by the community before finalization and adoption. As noted in the attached resolution on the subject adopted at our February meeting, consideration of the proposed zoning request at this time will result in the tail wagging the dog, since zoning implements planning and not vice versa. Finally, and as noted in the be it resolved clause of the attached resolution, Neighborhood Board 25 requests and strongly recommends that the proposed Koa Ridge zoning change be deferred pending completion and adoption of the City and County General Plan and the Central Oahu Sustainable Communities Plan. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Members, question for Mr. Porter? Councilmember Malone.
Yeah, I have several questions. It's my understanding that you have had a background of experience as a land use planner, is that correct?
That is true.
Could you just briefly explain your qualifications and experience in that regard?
Okay, I received my master's degree in urban regional planning from the University of Wisconsin in Madison in 1965. Moved here in 1967, worked for a private planning consultant for a couple of years before taking a position as a planning program manager with the Office of State Planning, which is located in the Governor's Office, or as it is now in the Department of Business, Economic Development, and Tourism. I worked for all the governors from Burns to Lingle and supervised and managed a number of state comprehensive planning studies, plans, programs, policy analyses on a statewide basis. We bought a home in Mililani and have lived there since 1969. I retired from state service in 2006.
Okay, and in addition to that, it's also my understanding that you have been an intervener in the Land Use Commission proceedings with respect to the proposed Koa Ridge project, is that correct?
That's true, yes.
And so in that position, or as an intervener, you would have been privy or you would have had access to information and data that would have been pertinent to the zoning change application that's before us, correct?
That's true.
Okay, now, an important planning document that the developer was required to prepare to submit, they were required to do so by the Land Use Commission, is a document that's called the Transportation Impact Analysis Report, or the TIAR, and I believe that the traffic engineer for Wilson Okamoto has made reference to that. What I wanted to ask you is if you have had an opportunity to review the traffic analysis contained in that report, and if you would share any thoughts that you have in regards to any thoughts that you might have in regards to the quality of that work or analysis.
Okay, well, the main inadequacy with their report is that it doesn't go far enough. It basically looks at what's happening along H2 up to Kahanamoku Boulevard. And based on that, traffic times will increase from 11 minutes to 17 minutes in 2000, whatever type thing. The problem with that, it doesn't look at the cumulative impact of people living in Mililani and driving to town, or living in Mililani and driving to Kapolei. If you look at the Oahu Transportation Study, the land use model basically posits that unless we have increase in capacity in Central Oahu, we're looking at travel times of 2 hours each way to and from town. Now that's a distance of 17 miles only, and that's 4 hours a day there on the road. And there are not a lot of improvements planned. We're not going to have a rail. We may have access to rail, may not. There's no Central Malka Road, which was promised a long time ago. So there's a whole bunch of things happening, and it looks like that 2 hour figure is going to be fairly solid. So from that point of view, we found the study to be somewhat inadequate, and we came up in 2009 with a resolution I'd like to leave with you, which explains it more in terms of details.
You know, you've taken a position that in evaluating the potential traffic impacts of Koa Ridge, that it's important to look at the proposed development not in a vacuum, but rather in regards to the cumulative impact of all proposed and planned future developments in this region, the cumulative impacts of all of the projects, including Koa Ridge, when taken together on our regional transportation infrastructure. The TIAR indicates that as part of their analysis, that they did take into account cumulative impacts. Do you agree with that? And perhaps you can comment on that issue.
No, I mean, they did, but they only looked at the project from H2 down to the Pearl City and a little bit beyond Pearl City. That's basically it. So we disagree in terms of the scope and extent, because if you look at it from that point of the point of the development going in the town, then you really have problems. And if it ends up with getting 2 hour travel times each way, basically it shows that our planning processes have failed. there's got to be a way of making sure that that does not happen.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is that if we were to analyze traffic over a longer segment, over the transportation corridor at H1 that people regularly travel on to get to and from work, and basically that goes all the way into the downtown section, that should have been factored in, and when you factor that in, then the travel times that are projected would be significantly longer than what's being projected under the TIAR.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, the State Department of Transportation has indicated that they continue to have concerns. The State Department of Transportation has indicated that they still have concerns in regards to this project. So what I wanted to ask you is, in regards to the issues and concerns that the State Department of Transportation needs to resolve with respect to the state roadway facilities, and this includes the heavily traveled and congested H1, H2 Kamehameha Highway. From your perspective, what additional issues do you think that the Department of Transportation needs to resolve in the future?
Well, what the Department of Transportation is obligated to do, they're obligated to do what the Land Use Commission mandated as a condition of their approval of the land use district reclassification. And basically, they're supposed to come up with a TIAR, which is approved by DOT, which hasn't been done yet. Keep in mind, the first TIAR was done like 2008, 2009. It's now 2012, and this has yet to have been approved by the Department of Transportation. They're supposed to come up with a memorandum of agreement, which looks at the TIAR, plus all of the mitigation measures that they're responsible for, to pay for, to do, etc. And they're also supposed to work out something with the state in terms of what their pro rata share of what's happening with respect to Central Oahu, their fair share of trying to come up with regional infrastructure, which is surely deficient. And they're supposed to get all that done and operable before they went for subdivision. But this is like a missing piece. And it's also why we think this should be deferred to the Central Oahu Sustainable Communities Plan is done, because during that process, somebody can basically take a look at that to see if it tracks what you people are trying to do with respect to your conditions.
So from your perspective as a former land use planner, you feel that there are flaws and deficiencies in the traffic analysis that need to be rectified and resolved?
Yeah, but as far from the Department of Transportation, you really have to speak for them in terms of what their take is on it.
Thank you.
Members, any further questions for Mr. Poirier? Councilmember Pine? Mr. Poirier, Councilmember Pine has a question for you. Sure.
I just have a point of information question. I'm not from Mililani. So Mililani has 2 neighborhood boards?
Yes, there's one on the left side of H2, which is the one I represent. There's one on the right side of which is basically Mount Barrett.
You're split on this issue then?
Excuse me?
Your boards are split on this issue?
No, our board is not split on the issue. The boards themselves I'm not sure what the position of the other board is. See,
I'm sorry, I was just seeing what the community wants. So your neighborhood board is against, and then someone from the other neighborhood board is unanimously in favor.
Not against the development, okay? We are for it as long as the adverse impacts are mitigated to the point where the community does not suffer.
Okay, thank you very much.
Next testifier is Tyler Dos Santos Tam, followed by Gladys Maroney, followed by Karen Loomis. Please proceed.
Good evening, committee members. I'm Tyler Dos Santos Tam. I'm the Executive Director of the Hawaii Construction Alliance, which represents the state's unionized carpenters, laborers, masons, and operating engineers. We submitted written testimony which outlines the benefits of Koa Ridge. And I want to thank the members who came out tonight, took time out of their evening to show up, because they know what benefits Koa Ridge will bring for our island community. Koa Ridge means 3,500 new homes for local families, seniors, and middle-class workers who want to live in a master plan community like this. It means new parks and schools, and it means good quality jobs for workers earning good quality wages in the construction, retail, medical, and other industries. These benefits will give young people like me a chance to buy a home one day. It'll keep the costs down for those looking to buy housing elsewhere, and it'll let local workers have a chance at a better future. I also want to note that Koa Ridge is a proposal which has been vetted through multiple community meetings, a lengthy planning process, the Land Use Commission, and the Planning Commission. And at each step of the way, Koa Ridge has stood on its merits. And so with that, I'd like to urge you to support this project and to support this zone change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gladys Moroni, followed by Karen Lewis. Please proceed.
Good evening, Chair Anderson, members of the committee. My name is Gladys Moroni on behalf of the Building Industry Association of Hawaii. And on behalf of our entire membership, we strongly support Bill 48. Koa Ridge will create jobs, and not just in the construction sector, but also in healthcare, commercial, office, and industrial areas. Koa Ridge will be a high-quality, livable, and thriving community. But more importantly, Koa Ridge will deliver 3,500 homes at all price points. Many things contribute to the high price of housing. Low housing inventory is just one factor. Having more homes within the urban growth boundary, which is in an area that has been designated for development for decades, will provide much-needed homes and home ownership opportunities for Hawaii's people. Just this past July, our median single-family home price was almost $650,000. A median family income for four is $86,300. It's not difficult to see why we had the fourth lowest homeownership rate in the nation in 2012. Delays in the entitlement process is another factor that ultimately increased the price of homes. We cannot afford to delay any longer. We respectfully urge this committee's approval of Bill 48. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Followed by Tony Gaston, followed by Les Masutani. Please proceed.
Chair and committee members, my name is Karen Loomis. I'm a member of the Neighborhood Board 25, testifying as an individual Mililani resident. The issues and concerns surrounding the Koa Ridge development are well documented. Urbanization of prime agricultural land, traffic impacts, and other concurrency issues such as school facilities, and the failure to update the Sustainable Communities Plan to reflect current conditions, such as the location of the rail line in West Oahu. If the council is inclined to approve the zoning request for this project, there should at least be an effort made to establish conditions that would mitigate the adverse impacts of the project. For example, there could be phases that match the completion of the rail project, but the completion all the way to town, which is projected at the earliest for 2019. I believe this committee should slow down, take time for government and the developer to arrive at mitigation measures to address community concerns and consider a phased zoning process. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony Gaston, followed by Les Masutani, followed by Anne Free. Please proceed.
Hi, good evening, Council Member Anderson and fellow council members. My name is Tony Gaston, and I'm here to testify in support of the Koa Ridge project. I'm somebody who's from Mililani. I went to Mililani Waiana Elementary School, Wheeler Intermediate, because the middle school wasn't there yet, and I graduated from Mililani High School. Now, back then, Mililani didn't have a lot. The town center wasn't there. All of Mililani Malka was pineapple fields. Let's fast forward. Mililani Malka received some approvals to be built. I now have a home. My kids go to school in Mililani Malka. They go to Mililani Middle School. Why? Because we were fortunate that the homes were built. If it weren't for the additional development in Mililani or Mililani in general, where would all of us be? The human people, the population continues to grow every year, and people are always going to need some place to live. Koa Ridge is going to be giving these people an opportunity to live someplace. Housing prices are so high, so many people continue to live with mom and dad. Koa Ridge will provide affordable housing and give Hawaii an opportunity. Thank you.
Les
Gladys Masutani. I'm the Vice President of Coastal Construction Company. On behalf of our current 250 employees, many of whom reside in Central Oahu, we urge that you support Bill 48, CB1. New homes will provide new choices and opportunities for our families. Koa Ridge will be built by local people, and local people will support Hawaii's economy. Thank you for allowing me to voice our opinion. Mahalo.
Followed by Wayne Ogasawara, followed by Kathleen Kaiser. And Ms. Freed, please proceed.
Aloha, good evening, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. First of all, I just want to say I'm one of those liberals that support rail, and I support transit-oriented development of the right kind. But I think it's a crime to allow big developers to buy up prime ag land, knowing full well they're never going to use it for farm, and then turn around and try to put housing on it at top dollar. You know, I think that's been allowed for 50 years, that we've been giving away the farm on our beautiful islands for all of that time, and I think this is the perfect storm where it needs to stop right now. I am from the neighborhood board, but I do not necessarily represent all of what they say. I agree that, you know, traffic needs to be considered and that it's a problem, but I also am with the Sierra Club in believing that agricultural land, once it's gone from our island of Oahu, is gone forever. There is no getting it back. You know, I'm very sad that my union brothers and sisters allow themselves to be blackmailed into the petty idea of small, short-term jobs that will not benefit them or their progeny in the long run. Affordable housing, my foot. We all know what that means. Gladys made my point for me. It's based on median price. And these number of homes is not going to bring median price of affordable housing down to the level of somebody who's making $85,000 a year. So that means that we're going to have a brain drain, that our kids are going to have to go to the mainland, along with having a situation where, you know, we have people who can't afford to live and work in Hawaii. You know, the last thing I just want to say is I think the only part of this project I agree with is the hospital. And I don't see why the council can't approve a permit for the hospital, only the hospital, to be built. And for us to have a medical campus up in Central Oahu, that would benefit the community and would bring jobs locally. So thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Wayne Ogasawara, followed by Kathleen Kaiser, followed by Catherine Kupuka.
Thank you, Chairman Anderson. Hello, committee members. My name is Wayne Ogasawara. I'm a longtime resident of Mililani Town. And I'm also the president of the Waipahu Community Association. In 2003, as the president of the Waipahu Community Association, I was invited, along with many other community stakeholders, I believe there was about 70 of us, that was invited to participate in the planning of Koa Ridge through its community vision team. You know, there were educators there, religious leaders, even representatives from the various Little League teams. There were, of course, other community leaders also, but there was a whole mix of us. And they came from Whitmore, Waiwa, Mililani, Waipio Gentry, and Waipahu. Since 2003, this vision team has met 18 times. That's 18 times in 10 years. I'd like to brag and say that I attended all 18 of them. Today, the plan that you've seen earlier of Koa Ridge, can honestly say we've had 10 years
of sincere and constructive input from all of its surrounding communities. And as you can see, it's a beautiful plan. Please pass this bill. We can't wait any longer. Thank you.
Kathleen Kaiser.
Yes,
Please proceed.
thank you. My name is Kathleen Kaiser. I'm from Waipio Gentry. I'm a longtime resident, and I oppose Koa Ridge. And the thing is that all these lovely plans that Castle and Cooke has put on, and the statistics, well, we've already seen the future if you let that pass. That is EVA. EVA is a mitigated mess. Roads have been widened, streets have been made, and still, it's a mess. You don't have to be an urban planner to see that it's not ever going to be fixed, and no matter how wide you build the roads, it will only get filled. I believe that agricultural land, open land, is imperative. We have a finite amount of open space left on this island, and we are losing it at a rapid rate. Like other people have said from the Mililani Board, I believe that this matter needs to be deferred to the Department of Planning and Permits and finish the revisions for the Central Oahu Sustainable Communities Plan before you make a decision. Keep Central Oahu green and keep it agriculture. Thank you.
Catherine Kupuka, followed by Polo Chong, followed by Peter Ganaban.
Good evening, Chair Anderson and members of the City Council. My name is Catherine Kupuka, and I've lived in Mililani for 31 years. I oppose this bill only because it's agricultural land. Once you take it away and build on it, it can never be restored. My two sons have grown up in Mililani. Both of them went to the University of Hawaii. And at one time in the 1980s, it took us 2 hours to get to the university. And even until today, if you listen to the traffic report, every morning there's traffic. How can you build up on this Koa Ridge and Waipio when it will never get any better, no matter what we do? And I urge you to not go on with this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Polo Chong, followed by Peter Ganaban, followed by Cindy Valencourt. Mr. Chong, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Polo Chong. I'm with the Chamber of Commerce of Hawaii. The Chamber is in strong support of Bill 48 and the Koa Development Project. The Chamber of Commerce represents about 1,000 businesses who employ over 200,000 employees. You have our written testimony. I'm just going to cover a few points. The Chamber's main issues in supporting this is, first, we need more housing. Supply is a key issue, and lack of supply has led to a lot of the increase in home prices that we've seen. Some economists have projected that at this point, we only have about 6 months of inventory available at this time. Third is affordable housing programs. We've kind of heard that word a lot tonight. If anything, whether it be state or county, this bill is probably one of the easiest, most economical and financially viable housing projects, affordable housing programs that the city can do. It's about overall supply and moving segments in the market. Many people who rent, who have the income to buy, will move. Renters who can then move into that unit. It's dynamic. It's a moving force. And I think that's why we support this and ask you to move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chong. Peter Ganaban, followed by Cindy Valencourt, followed by Doug Thomas. Office. Please proceed.
Good evening, Chairman Ikai Anderson, Vice Chair Green Harden, and members of the Committee on Zoning and Planning. My name is Peter Donovan. I'm the Business Manager, Secretary Treasurer for the Hawaii Labor Union. Delaying Koa Ridge, Castle and Cooke project is compromising with the middle and the lower class working people of the state of Hawaii. Everybody talks about affordable homes. The longer this project is being delayed, and you're compromising with the working men and women behind it, with the financials. We have members, not just with the labor union, but other unions, being homeless, living on the streets. In fact, I was just talking to one today down on the street. When you compromise with the working men and women, with their financials and their needs, and you compromise the people behind me, standing behind me, that's something that you guys should not do. We need to set a legacy for working men and women, especially with Castle and Cooke providing local jobs for local people. The union provides good benefit, good wages, something that you guys can't take away from them. If you guys do, then shame on you. You guys are voted by the people behind you. Don't compromise them. Thank you.
Cindy Vaillancourt of Representative Lauren Matsumoto's office, followed by Doug Thomas.
Aloha, Chair and members of the Committee on Zoning and Planning. I am here for Representative Lauren Cheap Matsumoto. She has just recently been married, but I would like to read the testimony, which I believe you do have in front of you. Thank you for bringing this important meeting to the community this evening. Very briefly, I want you to know that each day I spend 2.5 hours commuting to town for work. Members of my community also have the same experience, and they are not shy about letting me know of the negative impacts and hardships this creates and subsequently diminishes their quality of life. While there are many perspectives and opinions on the Koa Ridge development project, my immediate concern is that the Oahu General Plan and the Oahu Sustainable Communities Plan have not been reviewed or updated in compliance with their respective review mandates. This situation jeopardizes the effectiveness and integrity of the county's comprehensive planning efforts. Due consideration and sufficient time for review and updating of these plans should take place before any zoning changes are made. That may present a challenge to some, but in reality, it presents an ideal opportunity for thoughtful review and collaboration on this planning process to assure that our community's best interests are well served. Any proposed zoning changes should be deferred until the Department of Planning and Permitting has accomplished in full the review and updating of the Central Oahu Sustainable Communities Plan. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this evening.
Thank you. Dr. Thomas, followed by Al Ardizabal.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the council. My name is Doug Thomas. I'm a Mililani resident and a member of Neighborhood Board number 25. Excuse me. I'm concerned with the application you're considering today, and it should only be considered following review and revision as appropriate to the Oahu General Plan and the Central Oahu Sustainable Communities Plan. As we said earlier, the General Plan was adopted in 2002. It's supposed to be reviewed every 10 years. That hasn't happened. Although a 5-year review of the Central Oahu Sustainable Communities Plan is mandated every 5 years, that also was adopted in 2002, and that hasn't been reviewed either. The current plan calls for as many as 20,000 additional housing units in Central Oahu, but we're putting the cart before the horse if we approve zoning changes before the plans we're supposed to conform to are up to date. And because of this, our community continues to be concerned about both the necessity for and a number of developments pending both in Central Oahu and Ewa. And more importantly, the adequacy of the regional infrastructure, both existing and proposed, to support such developments if they're approved. For example, freeway capacity is already inadequate during rush hour, and it's only going to be exacerbated if further development is made without any upgrades. Educational facilities, usually planned for, like they are in Koa Ridge, sometimes aren't built, with the land reverting to the developer for even more housing construction. Those of us that live in Mililani town have experienced this. Those of us that live in Mililani Malka have also experienced this. Land set aside for education in the original plan that reverted back for additional housing with no educational facilities being built. So in summary, both the general plan and the Central Oahu Sustainable Community Plans are out of date, and they need to be reviewed, revised, and presented to the affected communities before finalization and adoption. Only after that's been done should we consider rezoning for additional development. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony.
I'd like to thank you also for having a meeting out here instead of in town. Thank you.
Al Elizabeth, followed by Lana Broziak.
Hello, members of the council, chairman. I'm a member of the Hawaii Laborers Union. However, tonight I'm speaking as a father. I believe all fathers in Hawaii want the best for their families, a home, education, food on the table, etc. I have a son who's in the mid-30s with a young daughter, 11 years old. It took several years looking for a home he could qualify for, and he had a high qualification. He looked around, he found a few communities, but it was priced out of the market. One day he called me and said, Dad, I need to talk to you. And I saw his face flush, and he said, Dad, I think I have to move to the mainland to buy a decent home. My son represented the dreams of thousands of couples in Hawaii who believe they want a home. Give them a chance. Koa Ridge is the solution. Thank you.
Lana Broziak, followed by Valentino Syria.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Lana Broziak. I have a bachelor's of science in soils from University of California, Davis, and I'm an active member of the Soil Science Society of America. I'm here to speak up for preserving ag land, for helping develop food security for the islands. I think that's a really important thing. I know that from the EIS and previous mapping work that the Wahiawa silty clay soils are considered prime ag land. They're top-notch soils and really important to preserve. And I understand the importance of building homes and having the hospital, but I think those things can be located on agricultural land that doesn't necessarily have these top-notch quality soils. A main argument in support of the project is that the 766 acres of lost ag land would not significantly basically reduce the amount of total acreage of ag land available on Oahu and statewide. This argument does not consider the loss of 766 acres of prime ag land relative to the total acreage of prime ag land available. Nationwide, more and more urban dwellers are pleased to have agricultural and farmer land and farmers as neighbors, as more people are favoring locally grown produce. I personally observed a large amount of prime ag land south of Sacramento, California, developed into urban housing in the mid to late 80s. Many residents of this area are now regretting the change in zoning and land use that led to the loss of this prime ag land. I urge you to please consider the long-term impacts to food security in Hawaii by allowing this beautiful and potentially highly productive soil to be built over. Mahalo for listening to my concern for Hawaii's long-term food security. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Valentino Syria, followed by Alice Rogers.
Good evening, Chair Anderson and committee members. My name is Valentino Syria, President of the Plumbers and Fitters UA Local 675, representing a little over 2,000 members, retired and active. The Plumbers Union supports Bill 48 and for the development of Koa Ridge. This will create construction jobs for years to come and also create new positions after commercial development. Besides the housing construction, the development will include parks, recreational centers, schools, and churches. Also with Castle and Cooke, who have been provisioned to improve the traffic issues. For these reasons, the Plumbers Union urges the committee to pass Bill 48. Thank you for the time for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Alice Rogers, followed by Michael Dow, followed by Darlene Ferreira. Please proceed.
Alice Rogers, I'm a Mililani Maka resident. I'm born and raised in Kaimaki.
I am totally opposed to the restructuring or rezoning of any ag land on the island of Hawaii. In my 75 years, I have seen the destruction of this island. I also bring to your attention as a Mililani Mauka resident that Castle and Cooke's word on many issues cannot be trusted. I point to the Recreation 7 in the MTA zone up there, which we had, I believe it was 3 years of problems with Castle and Cooke making that an advisable area. We also have water main breaks all over Mililani Mauka. I don't know about town, I don't live down in town. All I can say is the traffic mitigation, I do not see that on any of your plans. We are talking about a Mililani interchange now because of the problems on people trying to get to work in the morning from Mauka. I do not see anywhere, nor do I believe anything that Castle and Cooke says they need to correct a whole bunch of things. I think the traffic mitigation needs to happen first. The rezoning needs to be stopped until everything has been taken care of. All of the things that have been mentioned tonight that have not been done as proposed by your city. Until that is done, everything should stop on this project. I understand they're already selling lots. It's time to stop.
Followed by Darlene Ferreira, followed by Winnie Key. Please proceed.
Hello, I'm Michael Dow. I'm the operator of Kipapa Acres water system. Koa Ridge is in our wellhead protection area. This is an EPA wellhead protection area. Koa Ridge should not be built until all of the contaminants that are in the groundwater have worked their way through the ground and are gone. This could take 40 or 50 years. This book I have has millions of dollars of possible fines from the Safe Drinking Water Department of Health. I'm lucky they work with me, otherwise I'd be done. It's hard to operate a water system with all the things that are in the water. And this Koa Ridge will be built on top of that. And this contaminants should be taken care of. The Department of Health sent me it's a TCP reevaluation request form. This is the way that the filtration, the GACs that are now in use may not be adequate. And they're having a study done, this whole pamphlet. It's a complicated formula that they're asking this contractor to figure out if new type of filtration systems would work or if it would be cost effective. They're kind of putting, I don't know, safety before whatever it would cost to do it. So Koa Ridge should not be built. They should leave it in agricultural land, which will help flush the groundwater system. So Bill 48, everything should be put on hold. There should be a moratorium put on Central Oahu until the contaminants in the groundwater are figured out. There's people in Mililani I know have cancer, and maybe they got it from something else, maybe they got it from the water. The Department of Health really doesn't want to do a study on it because it could, general public might get in an uproar. So I'd like you to consider that before you vote on this because it could turn into a big litigation issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Darlene Ferreira, followed by Winnie Key, followed by Jerry Brent.
Good evening, Chair Anderson and committee members. My name is Darlene Ferreira, and I am here on behalf of my daughter Ashley, who is currently attending her first year of college on the mainland. She was a 10-year-old fifth grader when she presented her first testimony before the Mililani Mauka Neighborhood Board, explaining why she thought they should support a new community to be built on Koa Ridge land. She also submitted testimony to the State Land Use Commission as a freshman and again as a senior in high school, asking the question, where will I live when I grow up? When she was a 5th grader, she was uncertain what the future would hold for her, but now she has a better idea of what she wants to do with her life. She wants to come home and have the same opportunity like so many others before her to own a new home. She respectfully asks that you approve the project and let it go forward to provide the future of Hawaii an opportunity and a choice of where to live. But why Koa Ridge? She wants to be near her family where she is the 5th generation to grow up in Central Oahu. She hopes to make her dream a reality by being able to live and work within her community. So she poses the question again, will she and the future of Hawaii have that opportunity? Will they have a choice? And an opportunity to have their future dream of living in Central Oahu come true. Please let this project go forward so they can have a chance to live in a well-planned community. She hopes that her voice for the future will be heard. Thank you.
Winnie He, followed by Jerry Wright.
I'm Winnie He, and I want to tell you, a lot of us with children on the mainland, relatives on the mainland, they are there because they want to be there. My daughter is in Las Vegas because she wants to be there. My older brother went to college in California. He stayed there. He wants to be there. My younger brother is retiring, and he's going to move to Washington State. No state tax. So you know, like, they want to come home to Hawaii. Yeah, right. You know, I'm an ex-Sierra Club member, okay? Koa Ridge has an irrigation system. Is Castle and Cooke Homes going to pay for the irrigation system for Alun Farms in Helimano? No, the state we are paying for that. And Castle and Cooke profits? I don't know what kind of bribe they had with Alun Farms, but I'm going to boycott Alun Farms products. St. Francis West goes out of business, okay? Wahiawa General wants another hospital closer to population. Why didn't they try to buy that? I live in Mililani Mauka. Talk about Castle and Cooke and broken promises. Yes, they have a track record. And number 1 in Kapolei, it was in the newspaper last year, the state gave Castle and Cooke Homes in Kapolei the land for free to build affordable rentals, affordable housing, and they reneged on the bill because they were caught in the economic downturn and they had to sell at market price. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Jerry Bright. Is Jerry still here? Jerry Bright. Followed by Jim Hayes. That's the end of our registered testifiers list. Is there anyone else here who would like to testify who has not already done so? Please come forward. Ma'am, you may testify first. Anyone else who has not, I would ask to please line up behind the podium. Please proceed.
Aloha mai kako. My name is Mrs. Juanita Mahiena Brown Kawamoto. As a Native Hawaiian citizen advocate, a food and farm sustainability activist, and a member of many community nonprofit organizations, I do not support Bill 48 and the invasive and ill-planned development of Koa Ridge or any commercial housing development that is in conflict with the laws deemed by the Hawaii State Constitution that protects Hawaii Grade A agricultural lands and whose highest and best use for the people of Hawaii is to provide and protect our critical need for fresh, food safety, organic or natural food crops. The priority to provide food for our isolated 50th state and protect the natural resources that we must and most desperately need to live and thrive by cannot be disregarded and sold out by short-term visions that have long-term negative impacts. please practice logical solutions as those before us utilized when we looked at and determined viable master plans for Hawaii's people. When we knew fresh food and clean water would always be the mainstay for true survival for Hawaii's enlightened people. Please find the wisdom to do the right thing and vote against Koa Ridge Housing Development. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify.
Please come forward, state your name, and
Hi,
your support or oppose.
I'm Lisa Grandinetti. I oppose. And how long do I have? 2 minutes?
1 minute.
Oh, 1 minute. Okay, I'll be fast. So I'm Lisa. I go to UH right now, but I grew up my whole life in Mililani. I feel like kind of deja vu because I've been here before and I've said the same thing over and over, and I feel like I'm not really listened to. We always talk about how we don't have enough jobs, we don't have enough resources, our education system is crap, but I don't understand how Koa Ridge will help any of that. We'll have a lot of more people, and we're supposed to, or maybe it'll happen at elementary school, but that's up to the DOE, that's not under Castle and Cooke's control, and where will these kids go? I went to Mililani High School, we almost had 3,000 kids there, and that's not okay. I saw those Castle and Cooke coolers out there, and they were passing out I support Koa Ridge buttons, that's obvious, like, you have to follow the money to see who's benefiting from this development, and it's not Hawaii's people, it's the corporations who are trying to exploit Hawaii's resources. I feel really bad because I feel like I'm insulting all of these workers here who are in support of Koa Ridge, but I really don't believe that Koa Ridge will be for Hawaii's people and for Hawaii's workers, because these jobs will be short-term, and these destroy possible maybe agricultural jobs that could be on this prime agricultural land. A lot of the people who are in support of this development have been spewing cliches and theories and promises that we'll have jobs and we'll have water and whatever, but the people who have opposed have real examples of why this kind of development doesn't work. It's not for Hawaii's people. We are constantly in the battle between jobs and environment, but why do we have to have one? Why can't we have both? Let's see. I'm part of this thing called the I CAN movement, and we're trying to unite different issues. Ron is probably familiar. And these issues aren't disconnected. The people who are suffering on the environment side are people of Hawaii, and they are neighbors of these people who work in construction. They're not just divided. We should be united. We have to see that this is not for Hawaii's people. This is for mainland people. It's not going to be affordable housing. It's going to be for people who come here, who are rich and want to live in Hawaii. Let's see.
I'm going to ask you to please
I'm really sorry if I'm upsetting everyone back there, but I really don't think that this is good for our community, and I think if you guys want jobs, I think we should be focusing on existing infrastructure, not building more and more and more, because it's going to be creating more problems. And I guess I'm done.
Thank you for your testimony.
Okay.
Members, any questions?
Sorry.
Thank you very much. Madam, would you please come forward? Please state your name for the record and whether you support or oppose the measure at hand.
Good evening, Chair. My name is Victoria Cannon. Members, council members, I am in opposition to this zoning change request at this time. It needs to be sent back to the DPP for completion of the revisions to the Central Oahu Sustainable Community Plan. My family and I are long-time residents in Makakilo. For the couple of you that don't know me, I've been testifying for years and years, but we shop and conduct all of our personal business that we possibly can, plenty in Mililani. Could I please point to the Ever Development Plan, page ES4, paragraph 4, last sentence. The loss of prime ag land in Eva is the cost of ensuring that the rural areas in Waianae, North Shore, and the windward side, and along Kunia Road in Central Oahu are protected against development. So why are we even contemplating rezoning this ag land? You've already gotten your eye and your pocketbooks on Ho'opili. In the Oahu General Plan, the city is already committed on page 19 of 54, Objective C, to ensure the long-term viability and continued productivity of ag on Oahu. Also in the General Plan, page 20 of 54, Policy 8, you are committed to prohibit the urbanization of high-value ag land located outside the city's growth boundaries. Tonight, the request by the Castle and Cooke rep, I'm sorry I didn't get your name, regarding changing wording is ridiculous and simply a way that Castle and Cooke has been allowed to get away in the past, change plans at will. This is the testifier right before me. The villages of Kakale were supposed to have X number of affordable houses. All of a sudden, Castle and Cooke decided, no, we can't afford it. So did anybody slap their hands? Did the DPP pull back their permits for building? No. We lost the marina, now it's a pond. Come on, and Eva, come on already, enough. These are pretty words. This affordable...
Please summarize your testimony.
I will. The affordable homes here in Hawaii is an oxymoron. These homes will be sold to people outside of Hawaii. And the same will go on in Ho'opili. There's lots of pretty words, lots of pretty pictures that the developer has painted up, but they simply don't add up. The traffic will increase dramatically island-wide. I would like to thank Dick Paré for his clarification of this whole TIAR business. Thank you, Representative or Councilmember Minor, for asking him that question. It is extremely valuable. And accurate clarifications like this are sorely needed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please come forward and state your name for the record.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and council members. My name is Dwayne Orleano. I'm the business rep for the Glazers Union. I'm also with District Council 50. We represent over 2,000 members. I know you guys are tired, so in the interim of time, I'll just let you guys know that we're in support of this. We need the jobs, so we're in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, would you please come forward? Kindly state your name for the record.
My name is Mark James. I am testifying on behalf of myself. I've testified in the past for Mililani Mauka, Ocean Point, Haseko. I'm a lifelong mortgage lender in helping people qualify for loans. They need an option. I realize there's traffic issues and stuff, but most of my customers don't want to pay $800 or $900 a month maintenance fees. They really like to have a single family home. So I'm in support of the Koa Ridge zoning change. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Anatolia Sissoko. I'm from the operating engineers, but you know what? I know you guys have been hearing about all the union members, but I just want to tell you guys something about me. I grew up in a housing, and Evo Beach was the first place I got to buy a big home. I'm talking about for all our union members that are young right now, trying to find work, trying to find a home. If you look at all these people that are posing these jobs right now, they've been blessed in their life. What about our kids? They need that opportunity. The lady talked about people moving to the mainland. The reason why is the cost of living is cheap. We would all like to live in the mainland. But you know what? I love Hawaii, and we need work for our kids. You know what I mean? I'm just here because it's sad. If you look at all these people that are always opposing, their life is blessed, right? But what about ours? I grew up, I didn't have an education. I went to University of Hawaii. A lot of our members don't have that opportunity to work and get a good education. They weren't blessed. So union work, that's the thing that keeps our people in Hawaii stay in Hawaii. Without these union jobs making $10 and $20 an hour, you ain't gonna be living in Hawaii. You might as well move to the Vegas. So I say, please support this job for these people of Hawaii. If you love the people of Hawaii, please support this job for them. Because if you don't, just imagine if they don't have work, where they're all gonna be at the beach right now. So please, I ask you, please support this job. Thank you.
I've been working for 7 months, and I'm almost done with my unemployment. I need this and support this job because I need to get back to work. Please support this. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Doreen Rosen, and I wasn't going to speak, but I felt compelled to speak after listening to all these people opposing Koa Ridge. I'm in support of Koa Ridge. I grew up in Waihua. I always thought I'd be a lifelong Waihua resident, but I want a new home. There's no new homes in Waihua. I now live in Waikele. I work in town. I take that traffic every day, back and forth, and yes, it's frustrating, but at the same time, I choose to live in the Central District because I want to live there, and that the fact is, I'm sorry, I'm nervous, that I make that choice and I make that sacrifice to live in Waikele. Well, excuse me, I make that sacrifice to drive into town because I want to live in Waikele. I know people who don't like the traffic, they have gone and moved. I don't want to live in a high-rise. I don't want to pay the 800 maintenance fees. And now you got the people in town complaining about new high-rises coming up. Everybody says move to town, build up in town, because that's where they should go. Well, not everybody wants to go there. One more thing, my son went to Waikele Elementary School, and while he was in 2nd grade, a lot of us parents would ask, what are you going to do with your children? Where are you going to move? There's a lot of parents who lived in Waikele, they want to sell their townhome, whatever, and they wanted to go to Koa Ridge and have their children go to Koa Ridge schools. Well, but guess what? Our kids have graduated. My son's graduated. I asked him about living in town. He doesn't want to live there. But, you know, you pay to live in Mililani. You make that sacrifice. You love living in Mililani. I would love to live in Mililani in a town like that. It's a beautiful community. It's well planned. You got all kinds of recreation centers. If you don't like it, to me, I'm sorry, but maybe you should think about moving somewhere else. Because for me, I make that sacrifice to live in, to drive to town with all that traffic because I want to live in Central Oahu. I grew up in Central Oahu. A lot of people live in Central Oahu. Their kids, a lot of people from Waihua. They lived in Waihua. Where are they living now? In Mililani. There's a lot of people who live in Mililani. They buy in Mililani. Why? Because it's a beautiful community. It's well planned. Like they said, it's a #1 town in Hawaii. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you for your testimony.
I'm Mike Andrews. I'm a student at LCC. I was born and raised, well, I was born in Waikele, but I was raised in Mililani, Mauka. And I have a few questions directed at Castle and Cooke, and the main ones being the education system. I saw that they only really had one school planned, and it was an elementary school. And the things, we've been at 3,500 homes, and I think the average per household is about like a kid and a half. Say roughly you've got 2,000 kids. You're kind of betting that they're only going to get to 12, and then they're not going to get older than that. You're just making it elementary school, and then where are the kids going to go after that? Mililani Middle, where I went, was already pretty crowded. I know lots of kids who go to Mililani High School, that was really crowded as well. I know kids coming from Waikele and coming from Waihua who went to Mililani High School. I know kids in Waikele who went to Waipahu. So where's the schools is my main question. Thank you.
Thank you. Before, please state your name for the record.
Aloha, my name is Peter Lee. Thanks for Chair Ikaika Anderson, Vice Chair Green Haramoto. Thank you very much for bringing it out to this side. I'm a lifelong resident of Oahu, 17 years in Waipahu, and I support this project. I'm also a member of the Waipahu Neighborhood Board, and the Waipahu Neighborhood Board, the Neighborhood Board has never wavered in its support of this project as well. I know you guys talked about Mililani and Mililani Mauka, but there is a third board that is affected, and in fact, it's probably more in Waipahu than in Mililani and at Mililani Mauka. Also want to say that a few months ago, my daughter says, "Dad, I want to live in Hawaii when I grow up." And this is the best opportunity for my daughter, Koa Ridge, and I hope you can support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, please come forward and state your name for the record.
My name is Stephen Lee Montgomery. I'm a resident of Waipahu, and I've been a longtime member of the Sierra Club and the Conservation Council for Hawaii and the Hawaii Coalition of Conservation Voters. I want to commend Councilman Minor for pointing out the inadequacies of the transportation study, and I urge that that study be made adequate and up to speed. I think the people of Hawaii deserve good planning and planning done in a timely fashion. It's very disturbing to know that we're years overdue in updating our plans. And we've heard often in recent years legal arguments saying that corporations are people. Well, perhaps in this case, Castle and Cooke is a wholly owned company of David Murdoch, a resident of California, who in 25 years or so has closed down the Waialua Sugar Company, closed down Lanai's pineapple plantation and the cannery on Oahu. And he has a vision of paving over and suburbanizing, sprawling some of the finest agricultural lands in the state of Hawaii. I oppose this, and it certainly shouldn't be done in a premature fashion with faulty transportation studies and inadequate plans. Please oppose this or defer this. Thank you.
Please come forward, state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Randall Suzuka. I am speaking in favor of the bill. I have been a Mililani and now Mililani Mauka resident for 27 years. I am a family physician in Haleiwa and in Mililani. I've been involved with the Koa Ridge project since 1998, actually, since October 1998. Back in 2002, we spoke to a representative of the State Health Planning Department, and his first question to us was, why are we planning only a 60-bed hospital? And back then, even with, at that time, St. Francis West, Palimomi, and Kahuku was a functioning hospital at the time, and Wahiawa. Wahiawa was actually bigger at that time. He said that if there was a big disaster, we'd actually have to ship people to the mainland. There's not enough beds in Hawaii, and at that time in 2002, he estimated we needed about 200 more beds. So I definitely feel that we need the space at Koa Ridge to ensure the health care for Central Oahu and West Oahu. In addition, as I was coming to the meeting tonight, our newest doctor asked where I was going, and I said to the City Council planning meeting for Koa Ridge. He was surprised. He said, I thought that was done already. He actually signed up online to buy a house. Currently, he drives from Nuuanu to Haleiwa every day. And he rents a house in Nuuanu, and he said, speak on my behalf, I don't want to drive anymore.
Right. Thank you.
Hello, council members. My name is Aaron Ono. I'm in support of Koa Ridge project. Basically, I am the kiki of this island. Okay, I'm 27 years old. You guys get plenty of us back there. Plenty of us. We all need houses. Granted, yeah, it's, you know, we all talk about wanting to provide the future for our kiki. I am the kiki. I am the kiki of this island. So when you tell me that you're in opposition to something that might provide me what I can afford or possibly could afford or take away from my lifestyle and from what I know as somebody, then what you gonna do? Are you guys compromising what you guys say? Are you guys compromising what you guys believe in? Then if the answer is yes to that, then obviously you're in the wrong position. So I would just like to say, for all the brotherhood back there, as well as everybody young and old, this project is gonna make something for us. It's gonna make something for all of us later. Thank you.
Council Chair Anderson and committee members, my name is Pane Miatola, District Representative for Operating Engineers Local Union Number 3. We represent over 3,500 members. Tonight you've heard from a lot of the union leaders, but more importantly, you've heard from the rank and file. Your decision tonight will make an immediate impact on their current situation as well as their future. And we urge you to pass Bill 48. Thank you.
Please come forward, state your name for the record.
Aloha, my name is Primrose Miyama Nakamoto, and I come before you, I'm in support. And I like to remind everyone here, this is our island. This is our home, may it be good or bad. All developers to me are welcome. They're the one that provide. They provide for all of us, including our children. They are our future. We need to take care of that. We're on an island, everyone. What happened to the ohana? We're supposed to work together, be together, help one another. If you talk about the schools, that is separate. Schools is separate and it's up to our legislation or whoever that is supposed to be taking care of that area to provide. Each area has an area that needs to be taken care of. These developers are trying to provide homes for us. They have the different areas, affordable, medium, high income, whatever it is. If it's not affordable to any one of you, why is it? Has anybody asked yourself why? We're on an island where everything has to be shipped. It's expensive. So you gotta take into fact that we need this home. They need the job. We need to help each other. Not all this animosity over here. And we need you up there to make the decision for our island. Have you not heard that everybody in the mainland is losing their home, have no jobs, even one state bankrupt? Is that what you want for our island? No. So come on, everyone. Let's help each other. Come together, help each other. This is our island. Take care of each other. Hawaii is mixed. We're supposed to be in the aloha spirit. I hope with my children, my grandchildren, as they live on, we make it better and stronger for them. If that's what we need, that's what we need. They're putting a hospital in Koa Ridge, that's good, because it's needed. I can't wait till, say, Queens Hospital open up in the Ewa Beach area. Because no matter where, it's needed in any community. So please, I'm in support, and I hope you folks all help to be in support too. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to give my testimony. My name is Alan Shiroma. My testimony is against the proposed project of Castle and Cooke, building 5,000 new homes on top of Koa Ridge. The reasons are as follows. The land on which the proposed homes are on valuable farmland. These farmlands should be kept for farming because Oahu is much too dependent on imported foods. That's one. Also, Oahu is having a problem with garbage disposal. New homes would only add to the garbage disposal problems. Where are we going to dispose of the added trash? The H2 Freeway is already clogged during rush hours in the morning and in the evenings. Adding more homes would add more vehicles to the traffic congestion. All of these issues should be addressed and repaired before thinking of building new homes. Thank you very much.
Hello, please state your name and give your testimony.
Evening, Chair, Vice Chair, Committee Members, Kika Bukowski. I'm here speaking on behalf of the Hawaii Building and Construction Trades Council, AFL-CIO. We represent cumulative over 15,000 members statewide in the construction industry. I want to thank this committee and the members of this community for holding this hearing out here I decided to kind of wait to the end because out of respect for the people that this project affects, I wanted to listen to the testimony for and against before I gave our testimony. We did submit written testimony in support. I'd like to stand on that written testimony. I'd also like to just say that, if you remove, after listening to all the testimony, if you remove a lot of the emotions that are involved, obviously there are a lot of emotions, but if you remove the emotions and you look at this project based on the merits and the merits alone, the project stands on its own. The project stands on its merits. We hope that you support this project. And just to end it on a positive note, I kind of took a tally as the testifiers were coming up. And I have, as you can see, there's a lot of support for this project physically here. A lot of our members have come out, a lot of families from this area. But as far as the testifiers go, there's 61% in support and 39% opposed. I think that's pretty overwhelming. Thank you.
State your name and give your testimony.
Good evening, council members. It's Dr. Keone Dudley. I see you sitting there in the dark, and perhaps you are in the dark, so I shall give you some light. First of all, I'd like to say that there is a case in the courts about this project. Now, isn't it really silly, as it was mentioned earlier, isn't it silly to be moving ahead with zoning when this whole thing could crash down on you from the courts? The second point I'd like to mention is you have a resolution, 1223, which you folks passed to try to get the Department of Planning and Permitting to declare this land as important agricultural lands. That's still out there. That's your bill. That's the one that you guys proposed, zoning and planning. And they still could. I mean, we didn't really need to put some pressure on them to start doing the important agricultural land survey and to include this in their planning like their bill says they should. And when that comes back, they could come back and say that these are important agricultural lands. I'd like to move to traffic. I speak as a person from Makakilo. We have the H1 traffic, which is a big enough problem. We don't need another 5,000 people coming down the road. That's just total insanity. We're going to be 2.5 hours getting home. It's just nuts. Another thing I want to say is, you folks also have already zoned 50,305 homes for Central Oahu. 50,305 homes you guys have zoned already. That's enough jobs for 30 years. That's, how many jobs more is that than the city wants? It's 3,505 houses more than is needed, according to the city. The last point I want to mention is that people talk about jobs, but these jobs, how long does it take to build a house? A year? And then it's over. And then there's no more benefit of jobs because the house is built and it sits there for 35 years, 40 years, 90 years. Meanwhile, farm jobs. If you leave the farmers on the farm, those jobs last forever. So think about it. The jobs that are important are the jobs on a farm. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dudley. Is there anyone else here who would like to testify who has not? Please line up behind the podium. Please proceed.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Chair and committee. My name is Hamona Dal, and I've lived here all my life. And 21 years ago, I purchased a condo in Kaneohe with hopes to be able to own a home one day so that I could leave something for my kids. I come from a third generation of construction family, and my parents have not been able to leave something for me. And so I want to change that break in my family, and I want to leave something for my son. I'm just this shy of being able to apply for Hawaiian homes, which means I don't qualify. So this project is an affordable housing project that hopefully I would be able to afford that and leave something for my son. And even if my son wants to, in his own time, purchase a home in this project. I've always wanted to live in Mililani. I can't afford those $800,000 and $900,000 homes. And no, you are not in the dark. And hoping that everyone in this room can work together and put their minds together and make this project work. It's all about the people that live here together and make this island work for us. Traffic, I don't care where you go, we're always going to have traffic problems. But I think the people are starting to get smart and they're starting to move and go in the opposite direction. I know kids that go to university are trying to change subjects or move the school down to Kapolei now, so they go against the traffic. I think people are getting a little bit smarter in regards to, you know, working with the traffic problem that we have that will never go away. It'll always be here. But I support this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. After this gentleman, is there anyone else here who would like to testify on the bill in front of us who has not already done so?
Good evening,
Sir,
everyone.
please proceed.
Chairman Kai Anderson, board council members, and all the attendants in this room. My name is Mark Magosara, member of Local 368 Labors Union, and one of the union rep for our approximately 5,400 members. I support this project because we need our members back to work, and also our children and our grandchildren. So please help us this project. As guys probably we oppose this project, maybe we get our own homes already. But what about our children? What about our grandchildren? Give them a chance to get greedy. Please support this project. Thank you.
Aloha, my name is Pono Aloha. This is my mainland. I don't appreciate what you're doing to my sovereign neutral nation. There's no treaty of annexation. We're having all this food being brought in. You're poisoning our water, I know. My future generations have nothing to look forward to. This is an act of war against a sovereign neutral nation, and you guys are guilty. Now please consider this. I have nothing to offer my children or their children's children on what you're doing. Please consider this. We have ag lands that should be used for agriculture, for promotion of growing our own food instead of bringing it in here. Look how high the food prices are, yeah? Think about your children. They're drinking poison water. You heard what the gentleman said. The water is not clear. Use your manao, yeah? Use what's inside your na'am. Mahalo.
Final call. Is there anyone else here who has not testified who would like to do so? Senator, please proceed.
Aloha. Thank you very much for allowing us the opportunity, the community, the opportunity to be here tonight. I'm Senator Michelle Kilani. I represent Senate District 18, which includes Mililani Town, Waipio Gentry, Waikele, Village Park, and Royal Kunia. As you have heard tonight, the community is fairly divided on these issues, and it saddens me. I support Bill 48. However, there are very many things that need to be mitigated, as you heard. We need the affordable housing. We need rentals for seniors and young families. We need to mitigate the traffic concerns. We heard about the traffic issues 20 years ago when, Mililani Mauka was going to be built too. Had we proceeded then with the rail, it would have cost us only $2 billion, and the federal government would pay 80% of it. So if you're going to approve this bill, we also must move forward with the rail project. We must make sure that we plan and encourage transit-oriented development along the rail lines. This past session, the state legislature had the good sense to put in $187 million to purchase 22,000 acres of ag land that Dole Foods is selling. And while I think it's bittersweet because we could have done this years ago, had we done this years ago, many of us who live in Mililani would not have homes. So I don't envy the position you're in, but thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. Mahalo.
Final call. Anyone like to testify on Bill 48 who has not? If not, I will be closing the public testimony portion of tonight's committee meeting. And at this time, I'd like to turn the floor over to the council member of the district, Councilmember Ron.
Once again, thank you very much for all of your testimonies. We really appreciate it and benefited from your input. I do have a number of questions that I'd like to ask of the representatives of Castle and Cooke and also the City Department of Planning and Permitting. However, before I ask my questions, I wanted to clarify that the normal procedure for the City Council meetings such as this is for the committee members to first ask questions of the department heads and other individuals or proponents of the bill, and then after that receive public testimony. But we wanted to reverse it tonight because, again, the purpose of tonight's hearing is really to have it in the community, to give community members the fullest opportunity to be heard. So as such, appreciate your testimony, and we didn't want to keep you here too late if you needed to leave. But on that note, I do have some questions I wanted to ask. So I had some questions. First of all, a set of questions for Castle and Cooke, and this will relate to traffic, as well as the development and build-out schedule. Development and build-out schedule for Koa Ridge. Well, let me preface my remarks by saying the obvious, that traffic issue is obviously a major issue for residents living in this part of the island. Our major roadways, especially the H2 Freeway, have the heaviest traffic congestion in the state. As a Middle resident, I understand the frustration of sitting in traffic and see traffic getting worse year by year. And I also know that for many of my residents, traffic conditions on our roadways in Central Leeward Oahu are already in intolerable and unacceptable conditions. And I would note that the concerns about traffic in this area impacts not only the constituents of my district, but also the constituents and residents of the districts of council members Honolulu, Pine, and Martin, to the extent that the constituents of their districts along the line travel on the same roadways in this particular area. So having said that, I do have a number of questions about the traffic issue. Now, we've referenced a planning document called the Transportation Impact Analysis Report, and I'll be referencing it as the TIAR. And the TIAR was part of a condition that was imposed by the Land Use Commission on the developer. And as part of that condition, the developer is required to prepare and submit this TIAR for the review and approval of State Department of Transportation and the City's Department of Planning and Permitting and the City Department of Transportation Services. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in addition to that, the Land Use Commission has required the developer to enter into a memorandum of agreement, what we call an MOA, with the Department of Transportation. Is that correct?
That's correct. I believe it's prior to subdivision that is required.
Now, it's my understanding that the purpose of the TIAR is to identify negative traffic impacts that will be generated by the development, as well as to recommend mitigation measures to alleviate those negative traffic impacts in the future. Is that accurate to say?
That's correct, and they select a certain study area for that, and the TIAR that's before the Department of Transportation now has been revised a number of times based on the recommendations of the Department of Transportation.
And the memorandum of agreement, or MOA, that the developer is required to enter into with the State Department of Transportation is for the purposes of implementing appropriate mitigation measures to alleviate the traffic impacts that will be generated by your project. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, you indicated that there have been several revisions to the TIAR, and it's my understanding that the most recent version of the TIAR is the updated May 2012 TIAR, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, now that TIAR, that updated TIAR has been submitted to the Department of Transportation, but has not, as well as to the City Departments of Planning and Permitting and Department of Transportation Services, but as of yet, the the updated TER has not been formally approved by these state and city agencies, correct?
That's correct. We're working directly with DOT. The TIAR was submitted over a year ago. DOT recognizes that it's a document of such that voluminous document that they never reviewed such a document before. So it's taken some time for DOT to review. It's been over a year now since they had the report. We haven't received comments yet, but we're providing information to them so they can hopefully expedite their review. And that's one of the reasons why it was taking, or it has been taking so long all this time. And Mr. Kurahashi mentioned there were several revisions done. The revisions were done to address comments that came, different comments that came in after a year of review for each of the updated documents. So we're talking about 5 years now, with about a year to review and provide comments. And this latest iteration has been over a year. You mentioned the May 2012. That's when we submitted to DOT the latest revision.
And again, the Land Use Commission has required that the updated TIR must be approved. It must be approved by the appropriate state and city agencies. Is that accurate? Is that correct?
No, sorry, I'm going to have to turn over the mic. I'm just a traffic engineer.
You're asking the TIR has to
Yes, I'm asking
by the DOT.
Right, and it has to be approved. The DOT must approve it pursuant to the LUC condition that was imposed on the development.
That's correct.
Okay, now, in the TIR, there is a traffic analysis, right? A traffic analysis that is supposed to, that attempts to measure and quantify the traffic impacts resulting from this development, correct?
That is correct.
And in measuring and quantifying those impacts, the TIR, traffic analysis, takes into account a number of factors. Let me go through them. The first factor is referenced in the TIAR as an LOS analysis, or level of service LOS analysis. And it's my understanding that the LOS analysis basically is an attempt to quantify the traffic operational conditions on the roadways in this area. Is that correct?
That is correct. The level of service identifies the level actually of the operating conditions associated with specific movements at an intersection. Whether it be the left turn movement, the through movement at an intersection, or a right turn movement, each movement has a level of service calculated to determine the operational condition of that particular movement.
Right, and so the LOS is defined as from LOS-A to LOS-F, with LOS-A being the most ideal traffic movement conditions, and LOS-F being the worst traffic movement conditions, and all the levels in between would be the intermediate traffic operating conditions, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so in addition to looking at the LOS, looking at the TIR, the traffic analysis also looks at other factors, including the extent to which the Koa Ridge development will add additional vehicles on our roadways, the extent to which it will increase travel or commuter times, as well as analyzing the additional car trips that would be originating from Koa Ridge and entering our roadways in this region, correct?
That was included in the TIAR, although government agencies only require that the level of service analysis be included to determine the impacts associated with a project. A request from Neighborhood Board 25 to include travel time information was done in addition to the normal or typical requirements of a traffic or TIAR. Yes.
I appreciate that. So my follow-up question is, based on all of these measurements, would the developer acknowledge the fact that the development of Koa Ridge will result in negative traffic impacts on our roadways that will have to be mitigated in the future?
Oh, definitely. I mean, I can't argue with that. Anytime you have a development, you add one more car, it'll increase volumes on the roadway. The key is trying to mitigate that to acceptable level of service to both the city and the state transportation agencies.
I've got a number of additional questions. I'm going to follow up on a few additional questions. I'll defer to the committee members if you have some additional ones. But as a follow-up and further looking at the traffic issues, okay, in the TIAR on page 5, there is a development and build-out schedule for Koa Ridge. And my reading of that development and build-out schedule is that the Koa Ridge development has been divided into 2 increments. And that would be increment number 1, which is the Koa Ridge Mackay development, which is presently before us for a zoning change, correct? And then down the road we have increment 2, which is going to be the Waiava Ridge development. Now, as I look at the way you've addressed these increments, you've divided the increment 1, which is what's before us, into 2 increments. You have a phase 1 increment, which according to this TIAR, the developer hopes to build out and complete by year 2018. And then you have a phase 2 aspect of this increment 1, in which the build out is supposed to be completed by year 2022, correct?
That's correct.
Now, with respect to, let's focus on increment phase 1. And I read verbatim, the first phase is expected to be completed and occupied by the year 2018. Okay, I'm reading verbatim. Now, in addition to that, the description of phase 1 indicates that what's envisioned is that as a part of phase 1, there will be approximately 1,242 multi-family residential homes and an additional 558 single-family residential homes, along with substantial commercial and business development that's going to be occurring in the area as part of phase 1. Is that correct? Well, actually, I'm reading verbatim, so you can trust me. That's what it says. Okay. So let me get to the question I wanted to ask. This is the question I wanted to ask. Okay, again, this aspect of the TER indicates that all of these projects or developments is expected to be completed and occupied by the year 2018. So the question I wanted to ask you is the developer still going to try to follow that particular development and build-out schedule?
Well, at the time we had projected, we were looking at a delivery earlier than like 2015. But as Kikurahashi had testified, that we are looking, after discussing with you, deferring first deliveries until 2016. So of course that will affect the overall schedule as well.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I appreciate that accommodation that the developers try to make to address our concerns. I appreciate that. But the critical question here is, by the year 2018, will there be residential units together with commercial and business developments that will be built out and occupied by year 2018?
Yeah, they have projections that they're using, but it really depends on the market. Again, if the market comes about that there's a high demand for the homes, they could get built sooner. If there's a lesser demand, it could take longer than 2018, and even the businesses that are going in. Again, it's not something where we can force people into it. So it really depends on the market, so we wouldn't be able to.
I understand that, but the developer must have projections. I'm sure you do have projections. You do have goals in regards to the development schedule, marketing schedule that you'd like to achieve. So by the year 2018, I mentioned some figures here in regards to the total number of multifamily and single-family residential units. Will the development try to achieve those development schedules by year 2018?
They will try to achieve those development schedules by 2018 or 2019 because we've slipped in.
Okay. So the developer's position is that rail. The developer's position is that rail is badly needed to alleviate traffic impacts, not only for your development, but for other planned and proposed developments in this region. And I want to tell you, so state for the record, that I support it. I support it because I do agree with you that it will alleviate traffic congestion. And that's why I joined my other colleagues on the city council just yesterday to vote in favor of rail. Okay. But as you indicated, the rail is not going to become fully operational in 2019, until 2019, and quite possibly later than that, given the rather shaky track record of government in completing projects on time. So in the meantime, we could be looking at a significant worsening of traffic before the opening of rail. Now, I know the developer has taken the position that in addition to rail, that the TIAR lists other transportation, regional transportation improvements that if implemented, these are state transportation improvements that if implemented, would alleviate traffic congestion on the H1, H2, and Kamehameha Highway. But the question we need to ask is, realistically, are there any plans on the part of the State Department of Transportation to implement many of these transportation improvements in the near future to alleviate traffic congestion in those major transportation corridors?
Yes, I believe there are. In fact, I think one of the improvements that was mentioned in there, which was widening of one lane on both sides of the highway, as they've made a public announcement, State DOT has. The other thing I'd like to point out is that when the TIAR was done, it based the requirements of what improvements would be needed. It didn't consider that these state improvements were going in. It also didn't consider that rail was going in. So when we did our TIAR again, we took the worst case scenario that none of those improvements would be there. And based on that, that's how the improvements were planned that we're going to try to mitigate. Again, although we mentioned those are possibilities, none of those were included in the study to say that we were dependent on this, and that's why we need these improvements. We're saying without all of those, these are the improvements that should be made.
Okay. So, because we all have a concern about the need to implement major transportation improvements on the H1, H2, and Kamehameha Highway, I sent a correspondence to the Department of Transportation, more specifically to Alvin Takashita, who is the head of the Highways Division for the State Department of Transportation, and asked him how likely is it that in the immediate future, in the coming years, that many of the major transportation improvements that are needed on the H1, H2, and Kamehameha Highway roadways are going to be implemented. How definite are those plans? And the response that I got in an email that was sent to me by the Highways Administrator is, better lighting. My vision is bad, not because I'm getting older, but because my vision has always been pretty bad since a young age. But anyway, he says, most of the projects are future initiatives that are about 10 years or more in the future. So, I guess the concern that I have is that we need more development, but by the same token, we need to do a thorough and accurate assessment in regards to the level of traffic impact that residents are going to have to accept and tolerate if the developments are allowed to proceed. And you indicated that the TIAR assumes worst case scenarios. And what I'm trying to point out to you is that prior to the opening of rail in 2019, those worst case scenarios might materialize. And so having said that, the question I wanted to ask you is, I appreciate the accommodation that the developers have made thus far in trying to address the concerns that we've raised on traffic and other issues. Would the developer be open to considering additional measures, to work with the City Council and the community to consider additional measures to mitigate and alleviate traffic conditions, negative traffic impacts prior to the opening of the
Before I ask Laura to respond to that, I just want to let you know that a number of the highway improvements that were mentioned in the TIAR at the time, some of those are under construction now, and some of those have been funded. So I believe the list that he may be talking about are the future plan improvements, but there were a number of those improvements that were mentioned in the TIAR that we did not consider that actually have been funded or are under construction now. And I believe that two-lane widening is something that is going forward. There was, I think, a press release by the state just recently that improvement is going forward. But I'll let Laura respond to your.
Yeah, and you know what, I would agree with you. Let me clarify. Okay, there are two transportation improvements that are likely to move forward. One improvement would be the afternoon zipper lane on the H1 Applecant that I've always strongly supported along with my other colleagues. There's a good likelihood that could be implemented. By next year, hopefully. There is also a short segment between the Waiava and Kunia interchanges where there will be one additional westbound and eastbound lane to alleviate the traffic conditions there. However, my concern, the concern of many residents, is the heavily congested traffic corridor, transportation corridor on the H1 that extends from the Waiava interchange all the way down to the airport viaduct. For morning peak rush hour traffic, the Department of Transportation has no plans to expand capacity at any time in the future. So, and we've been able to get confirmation about that from the State Department of Transportation. So again, you know, all I'm asking at this point in time is there are concerns. So would the developer be open to considering additional measures to mitigate these traffic impacts in the future?
Yeah, before I turn it over to Laura, just wanted to clarify that yes, you're correct. The DOT is moving forward with the PM control flow lane, but it should be noted that though there is or would be or could be some relief associated with westbound, eastbound traffic. I take that back. Currently, the zipper lane takes up a lane and a half to accommodate one lane. So really, you're eliminating two lanes in the opposite direction to satisfy or to support one lane. What DOT is trying to do, and I'm working on this project actually with the DOT coincidentally, is to try to see if the barriers can be positioned such that only one lane is occupied, therefore increasing or alleviating or providing one more lane in the opposite direction. So I just wanted to note that. So there is some possibility that in terms of relief that DOT is looking at, that's I don't believe it's public yet. But what they're trying to do is look at the configuration of how the barriers will be set relative to the lanes of the road. But that way we can provide additional laneage in the heavily congested area. On top of that, there is in the plans already to provide an additional westbound lane that you mentioned from Waiava to Kunia, but also an additional one above that from Waiava interchange to the Paiva interchange by the Waikele Shopping Center. And they're looking at, DOT is looking at reconfiguring all the on-ramps heading into this lane, so this lane can provide additional relief in the westbound direction.
Well, you know, I hope that what you're saying is right, but I think that we need to get more definitive information and input from the State Department of Transportation. We need assurances because, again, I read in black and white where the Department of Transportation is saying that with respect to most of the traffic improvements along the H1, H2, and Kamehameha Highway corridors, that most of those are years down the road and they have no definitive plans to implement those in the immediate future. But, okay, having said that, though, another question is with respect to Kaluka Boulevard. You do acknowledge, of course, that Kaluka Boulevard is also very heavily congested. It's Councilmember Harimona, it's in his district, and it's that road that runs past, for the members who aren't aware of this, Costco and Starbucks and Tony Honda. Heavy traffic that occurs there during various times of the day, correct? And I've seen during morning rush hour where traffic can be backed up all the way from the Waipio interchange to Starbucks, which, by the way, is where the new intersection is going to be built to allow for access into and out of your Koa Ridge development, correct?
Correct.
But I appreciate the fact that in the TIAR, there is a recognition on the part of the developer that there is significant traffic congestion that will be aggravated by the Koa Ridge development and that therefore additional traffic mitigation measures are appropriate. So in that regard, I just wanted to thank the developer for committing to working with the state and city to implementing those transportation and traffic improvements on Coca Boulevard, and to have them implemented and constructed prior to the homes that you build, prior to the time that those homes will be occupied. And I hope that that can become a reality.
Yes, I just wanted to make a comment. As you know, Councilmember Menor, that's an existing problem that exists today that Castle and Cooke is willing to mitigate. You know, in particular, the left-turn movement into the Costco area from the overpass, and in fact, the opposite direction as well. The left-turn movement heading on the overpass onto the on-ramp heading northbound on H2 is also a problem. A lot of times queuing into the opposing lanes.
I'll defer to any members if any questions. Thank you.
Just like to ask, is Mr. Sue still here with us? He didn't, okay. Vice Chair Harlow, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to clarify before I ask my question. As Councilmember Menor stated, there are two of us who are council members of the district. So a majority of the Koa Ridge land is in Councilmember Menor's district. But I want to clarify that all of the access is really through my district. So I just wanted to state that for the record. So I do have a vested interest in this. And there is no direct connection to Mililani, but all the connections are through my district. With that said, just for the record, I read through the report, but for those who, for the benefit of those who are either watching or not having this report, could you detail out, itemize out the transportation improvements that are being done, as was mentioned in 2 phases? We know that the interchange comes much later, but if you can just maybe recap what improvements are being made, I think it would help us in our discussion. And then so you can think forward. My next question after that is going to be, how much is it all costing? So you can think of the next answer, but the next follow-up question would be, so all of these improvements, what impact is that having on current traffic rather than waiting for alleviating future development?
Okay, what you see on the screen now is the interchange, the YPO interchange, the thick road or wide line. Let me go. For orientation, this is the H2 Freeway. This is Koka Boulevard. This is Costco right here. This is the Tony Autoplex. This is the northbound off-ramp coming off H2 to Koka. This improvement here, or what is recommended in 2018, is providing a double left turn lane from Koka or the overpass heading northbound on the on-ramp, as well as providing 2 lanes to accept the double lane on the on-ramp. As many of you who drive this area know that a lot of times this movement would queue back over the freeway, the entire overpass, and spill back into the through movement lane for vehicles heading towards the cemetery area, in this area. So that alone is an improvement that, or a mitigation that would mitigate existing conditions at this location. Another one is providing a double left turn from Koka Boulevard onto Moani Street. Moani Street is the street that leads to Costco. The driveway here for Costco, you got the gas station for Costco on the bottom over here. A lot of times too, this left turn movement would back up onto near the freeway area. To provide a double left turn lane, you provide additional storage for vehicles to get out essentially of the through lane over here, thereby improving the through movement on Koa Boulevard. When you provide a double left turn lane on Waniani Street, you need to provide 2 lanes that accept the double left turn lane. So what is being proposed over here is the restriping, and it's a white pavement right now, the restriping of the roadway to provide this additional lane heading on Waniani Street. This again is another improvement, or this also is another improvement that will mitigate or help existing conditions that are badly needing to be mitigated at this point. Also, on the off-ramp from Mililani Town down to, say you want to get off at Waipiu Interchange off-ramp, look at an improvement to separate the left turn through and right turn movement. That too will help existing conditions by separating the movement and having each movement not block the adjacent movement when you have shared movement lanes at an intersection. Another improvement is to increase the capacity of Koa Boulevard by providing another lane between this off-ramp to the proposed project access road here. This is where Starbucks is, in this corner. I think Supercuts is over here along with Jiffy Lube. So this additional lane will provide additional westbound capacity that's also needed today as well. Signalization of this intersection to provide full movement is another improvement that is being recommended. And when I say full movement, because right now you come out of Starbucks area or the Starbucks driveway, you need to turn right. It's kind of force you right. You kind of then you load up this intersection again when you're forced right on Koa Boulevard. The signalized intersection will allow you to phase the signal such that a left turn movement is allowed out of that driveway, thereby lessening the demand at the adjacent intersection. Another improvement that will help existing conditions is providing a double left turn lane coming out of Lumiaina Street onto Kamehameha Highway. This is Kamehameha Highway right here. This is the H2 Freeway. You go Waipahu Street, Lumiaina Street, then Lumiaina Street. Lumiaina Street is the street that feeds into the Waikele Factory Outlets area, or the Waikele Outlets area. Those who drive along this roadway and approach this intersection know that a lot of times you have to wait several cycles to turn left because this roadway backs up. Traffic backs up on this roadway a lot of times beyond the adjacent intersection. So providing a double left would allow additional storage for vehicles to move through the intersection a lot quicker. And on top of that, to supplement that, provide an additional northbound lane on Kamehameha Highway between Lumiaina and Waipiu Uka Street. Waipiu Uka Street is the street where Jack in the Box is on the corner. That will provide additional capacity along the highway, cab highway itself. This is at the intersection, right here is the intersection of Koa Boulevard and Kamehameha Highway. And access to the proposed project site off Kamehameha Highway will lessen the load or demand that would occur at the Waipiu interchange and other intersections along Koa Boulevard. But on top of that, the DOT had requested that this approach, which is the southbound approach on Kamehameha Highway to Koa Boulevard, be modified to provide a straighter approach to the intersection. Right now, if you drive that intersection, you have to jog to the right if you want to go down Kamehameha Highway, and it becomes somewhat of a safety hazard. So the DOT has requested, since work is being done or loop is being proposed at this intersection for access to the proposed project, DOT has requested that modification on this approach as well. And that too will help existing conditions. 2022, we're looking at providing a left turn lane, an additional left turn lane into the project site to alleviate queuing problems that would or could occur along this approach. But although the study is based on the 2018 and 2022 scenarios, my understanding Castle and Cooke is committed to install or implement these improvements prior to occupancy of any of the uses that have been proposed.
And that's all that's recommended by Councilmember Leonard, the timing of the improvements.
Okay, thank you for that overview. So, what is the total cost of all these improvements?
The cost of all the off-site traffic improvements, which includes one other improvement that's going to come later, which is the Pineapple Road interchange, combined it's $100 million. And that is borne by the 3,500 units. So it's a significant commitment on Castle and Cooke's part.
Thank you for explaining that, and also thank you for saving taxpayers a lot of money for the state and city government. But so normally, I guess in normal developments, a lot of these improvements come later. And I'm not a developer, but I'm guessing that's because the developer needs some revenue to pay for it.
That's correct. Normally, the improvements would come according to the timing of when that improvement is needed. 2018 was when some of them should be implemented, 2022 for some other things. So normally it would occur like that, but I think that based on Councilmember Menor's request, Castle and Cooke has agreed that all except the Pineapple interchange will be put in, those traffic improvements will be put in before they occupy the first residence, the first business in Koa Ridge.
So as you noted, all of those improvements will definitely help the current conditions. I mean, I travel through some of those areas. It's horrible. So
Right.
thank you for that. So that'll help now before the houses are fully occupied.
I think about half of the improvements were to meet current requirements, and the other half were to support Koa Ridge. I think that's about it.
Okay,
So half of them were just to meet the current problem we have.
Right. So the fact that we're doing all of these improvements up front, I guess what am I trying to say? So if Castle and Cooke is providing all of the improvements at their cost up front, and isn't it going to cost you actually more because of your financing it? And so I guess the bottom line I'm getting at is it's going to make your houses much more expensive.
You mean if we were to add any more improvements?
Because you're doing the improvements all up front.
Yes. And just to give you magnitude, I mean, the number I'm giving you actually includes all the offsites as well as the traffic mitigation that you've seen. The cost per home is $110,000 per unit. So any additional costs will affect the pricing of each home going forward because of already the heavy cost it has to bear.
Okay, thank you very much.
Glad to hear that you're doing 500 units of senior housing. In my community, when we do senior housing, we see very little impact on the traffic. What phase are you planning to do that in?
We don't have an exact phase at this point because we would have to, it'd be integrated through the development, so it could be in various phases. We don't know at this point exactly when.
Is it going to be all together, or is it throughout the project?
I think the intent was that they're going to start the development from the beginning of the spine road and move towards the further. And the senior housing, I believe, was planned for the mixed-use area that would be the area that would first be developed. So it's possible that the infrastructure will be there, and if the market is there, that could go in, I guess, with the commercial, some of the commercial and others. There's a chance for senior housing.
Yeah, our hope is to locate at least some of them in the village area, and the reason being is because for the walkability to get to the services, and if there's a market and other kinds of retail, so it would be ideal if they could be closer to the village area.
I think it'd be really helpful to a lot of us, especially from my district, that are concerned about the merge causing more traffic for us. I think it would be helpful while we're waiting for Real to be built to really focus on the senior housing as well as the other housing, but maybe push that along a little more. I'm finding that in my community that those projects are extremely popular. Franciscan Vistas just sold out immediately, and there's people on a long waiting list just waiting to get in from the area. And I know that there's a lot of Mililani residents that want to stay there. So I think we have a very good market, and I think that would help everyone to kind of get all of their concerns. People will be working while they're building it, but it will go to the residents that will have a building cost.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kobayashi.
I did want to ask questions of Mr. Sue, but I guess he's gone. I wanted to ask about, even though he has a new piece of land to farm, whether the growing conditions are similar and whether he's able to grow the variety of crops that he is specializes in.
Yeah, I've talked to Alec about that a number of times. The growing conditions are fairly similar, in particular the solar radiation.
I'm sorry, could you speak more into the top of the, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the growing conditions are similar. The solar radiation is almost exactly the same, 450 calories per square centimeters per day, but higher elevation, a little cooler. Alec thinks he could grow pretty much the same or similar crops. In some cases, you'll be able to grow new crops. And he expects on an initial 325 acres, 335 acres, excuse me, about the same level of production. And in addition to that, he's negotiating for additional land for about 248 additional acres from Dole. So he anticipates pretty much the same types of crops as he's currently growing.
And the same, the water is adequate.
Yeah,
once he puts in that system, he was saying.
Yeah, the water is available from the Canada Reservoir. It's clean water. Also, the cell ratings are the same.
So his production will be the same.
What's that again?
So his production will be the same.
On the initial land, he anticipates about the same level of production, but it's getting more land. Overall, he's going to have an increase of about 250 acres. So he'll be able to grow more food up there than where it is now at Koa Ridge.
And you mentioned earlier about the important ag lands and how, because this project is in the Central Oahu Sustainable Plan, etc., that this Koa Ridge area would not be considered as important ag lands.
Yeah, state law.
But is that the criteria is determined by whether it's in the plan or not, or isn't it just based on ABC lands?
State law forbids the city from even considering land as important ag land that's in the state urban district or within the city's urban growth boundary.
And that determines whether ag land is important ag land? Because of the line that's drawn?
What's that mean?
So if you draw a line somewhere, that will determine which lands are important ag lands. That's the criteria?
Well, it's in state law that certain lands cannot be considered for designation as important ag lands.
Right, but I don't think it's determined because of the drawing of the line.
Actually, for lands that are outside of those areas, whether or not they qualify or important ag lands, they have to meet certain qualifications, like you said, soil rating.
Right,
But
exactly.
once the state or city makes something urban, even for the, once the state makes something urban designation, even for their English ratings, they drop it out of English. So once they determine they're going to urbanize something, even though it is good ag land, as you mentioned.
Because I think for the whole Pili lands were in that urban growth boundary or whatever. And yet when we passed the resolution, we asked that, even though it's in there, that it can still be considered.
I think they're considered good ag lands, but I think if they're in either the urban district or in the
Because
sustainable.
the Central Oahu plan has not been updated since 2002, is that right?
That's correct.
So that it could change.
It could change, but again, if the urban, it is designated urban also, so that would keep it from going important ag lands also.
Well, we'll see, because I remember going through the whole Pili and I believe there was different criteria. But I'll check. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Members, any further questions for the applicant? Question or no?
I'd like to continue the questions for Mr. Tosh. So I just wanted to confirm that in your presentation, I heard you say that building over Koa Ridge will not have a significant impact on farming. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we continue to hear testifiers who tell us that we shouldn't build over Koa Ridge because it's among the best productive farmlands and that we will be farming our food production. I just wanted for you to state again your opinion on that matter.
Warren, can you pull up my graph? Yeah, this graph has a lot of information in it. I hope it's all right if I spend some time going over it. But it's a graph that goes from 1960 out to 211. And it's amount of land and crop goes up, the scale goes up to 350,000 acres. And the green line is plantation agriculture, sugar and pineapple. Obviously a huge crop. The blue line is the land and diversified agriculture, and red line is the total of the two. And to give you a perspective, each of these little ticks is 10,000 acres. 10,000 acres is about the size of a medium-sized plantation, and it's about, if you could picture a strip of land that's a mile wide from the capital to Campbell Industrial Park, that's about 10,000 acres. It's a huge amount of land. And so each time you come down the stream line, one tick, it's a loss of a plantation. And there are 27 of those losses that are represented there. When we talk about, well, just a couple of points. As we lost land in plantation agriculture, diversified agriculture took over about 9% of that land, most of it before 1993. Since 1993, all the growth has been from seed corn. There's been no growth in diversified agriculture other than seed corn. And when we talk about food self-sufficiency, most people think of fresh fruits, fresh vegetables, and melons. We're about 33% self-sufficient in fresh produce. And that takes about 15,000 acres, 1.5 ticks. And we're realistic as to what is actually achievable. We would do well to get up to 50% self-sufficiency. That requires 3/4 of a tick to increase our self-sufficiency to 50%. 3/4 of a tick is fairly insignificant compared to amount of land available. It's on the order of 177,000 acres statewide. Koa Ridge represents 4% of a tick. It's an insignificant amount of land compared to the amount of land available. And there's just far more land available that would be required for food self-sufficiency.
Thank you very much for clarifying that.
Councilmember Ramon.
Just a follow for Mr. Pasco on traffic. Again, with respect to the TIR, it did consider the cumulative impacts of Koa Ridge combined with the other planned and proposed developments in Central Oahu in coming up with the projection traffic analysis contained in the report, correct?
That's correct.
And in the analysis, you took into account the proposed development of full paving, correct?
A portion of it. We had to make some assumptions that part of Ho'opili was going to be built by year 2018 and 2022. Not the full 11,750 units, as I understand, is being proposed, assuming that's still the total. But a portion of it, we had to make some assumptions, just basically prorated back the number of years to come up with what we anticipate could be built by Ho'opili at the development analysis scenarios, which is 2018 and 2022.
Yeah, I mentioned Ho'opili in the context of the TIR because from the standpoint of a sound land use planning, I think it really is important that we evaluate the traffic impacts that will be generated by Koa Ridge in conjunction with these other developments, including Ho'opili. And that's a particular concern given the fact that I have been informed that the development and build-out schedule for Ho'opili will, to a large extent, coincide with the projected development and build-out schedule for Koa Ridge. For example, several months ago, I received a letter from D.R. Horton indicating that as far as the development and build-out schedule is concerned, that they plan to construct and deliver homes starting in 2015 and thereafter, and they project and estimate that they will be delivering homes, delivering approximately 500 to 600 residential units each year starting in 2015 going forward in that particular area or in that particular development. And of course, when you combine that with the homes that are going to be built and constructed and delivered in Koa Ridge by 2018, you combine all of that, then clearly I think that there are legitimate community concerns about significant traffic impacts happening, especially along the H1 corridor where the traffic that is originating from Ho'opili, from Ewa, will be merging with traffic coming from Koa Ridge and Mililani on a roadway or major traffic corridor that has been described as most heavily congested in our state. So in that regard, I do hope that the developer will again keep an open mind in regards to trying to work with the community and the city council to come up with some additional traffic mitigation measures to alleviate these kinds of potential impacts down the road. But okay, I'm done with my questions about traffic. I just want to touch upon one final point in regards to Koa Ridge, which is the impact on educational facilities. As you've indicated, the developer's obligation is to provide 12 acres for a new elementary school, and that's really helpful. And so we can anticipate that an elementary school will be built in Koa Ridge. However, with respect to students from Koa Ridge who have to attend high school and middle school, they're going to have to attend high school and middle schools outside of the community, correct? Yeah. So that raises significant concerns for my constituents in Mililani, given the fact that Mililani High School and Mililani Middle School have had significant overcrowding and have had among the largest enrollments among high schools and middle schools in this state. So, given the fact that there is a potential that the students of Koa Ridge may be attending Mililani High School and Mililani Middle School, I hope that the developer will be sensitive to the concerns of the community in that regard, and perhaps going forward, we can continue to engage in a dialogue to try to address those educational issues and concerns of my constituents in the future.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kobayashi.
Just one quick question for Mr. Plush, because this always bothers me that even if land is not classified as important ag lands, we can't change the fact that certain lands are prime ag lands. I mean,
Yes. Laura, can you switch to the next? Yeah, this is a map of high-quality farmlands on Oahu. And it's a little bit different from the one you've seen from the city, in that it includes, lands under Bureau, lands rated A and B, prime and unique land, and also lands rated 1 or 2 by NRCS, Natural Resource Conservation Service. And yeah, so this is your higher quality farmland.
I just wanted, because lands are classified important ag lands, it still doesn't change the soil. I mean, it's still prime ag land.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And so just because a line is drawn, prime ag land is prime ag land.
Yes. And not all this high quality farmland is going to be designated important ag lands either.
Vice Chair Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to go back to the issue of schools. I've been involved somewhat with all the planning and visioning phase of years prior. And I know that you always had the Pro-City complex principles involved in the visioning process.
That's right.
And I just want to confirm that nothing's changed, because all along the plan has been for students in this area to attend Pro-City schools because there is capacity in Pro-City. Is that correct?
Well, the DOE has said that at the appropriate time, they will determine where the capacities are available. And previously, the Pro-City complex was where the capacities were projected to be available in the future.
Right. So I just want to clarify that. I realize that no firm decision can be made at this early date, but all the indications have been and still are that it will probably be Pro-City schools, because that's where there are some excess capacities available. So I just wanted to put that on the record. We're not assuming at this point the students will be going to Mililani because capacity exists in Pro-City.
That is correct. That is correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, can we move on to the hospital?
Does anyone else have any questions for the applicant at this point? Vice Chair Barrett, please proceed.
Okay, I'll just start with Councilmember Pioneer's questions also. Just a couple questions. First, thank you for your involvement. I know we sorely need more hospital services in this area, so I really appreciate that. Question first is, I guess there's some people asking us to delay this approval, push back the project. How will that impact your service?
Well, any delays on the project, okay, certainly delays the hospital, okay, and in my mind, the hospital has been having problems for a number of years, okay, because it's in an area that doesn't have sufficient population to support it like it should. So every year you delay further compromises the ability of the hospital to survive.
Okay, thank you. Just my second question relates to one of the testifiers who says that perhaps we should delay Koa Ridge and just proceed with the hospital. Now, I guess to be more specific, my question to you would be, we know there's nothing there. I mean, you would have to pay for the roads, you'd have to pay for the sewers, the water.
The amount of infrastructure that's being supported by Castle and Cooke's development that will support the hospital is tremendous. So all the utilities and the roads and everything, oh, my goodness, it would drive the cost of the hospital, you know, to the point where you wouldn't put it in.
Thank you.
Councilmember Pine?
So, what are your plans for the hospital in terms of when you will start building it? Should we approve this zone change?
You know, we don't have a specific plan at this point. Okay, we have a 4-year window of time from the time it gets through zoning approval for us to develop the appropriate partnerships, okay, with people to develop it and put the business plan together to go forward. So, you know, we haven't done that at this point because we're waiting to get through the zoning, because we spent a tremendous amount of money in the past, okay, on it, which, you know, we basically has been money that's down the tubes, okay, and we're not spending more money until we get to the point where it's through zoning approval. Then we'll, you know, search for the partnerships and go forward.
So say that we do approve this zone change. How long will it be till you believe you could start building the hospital? You said 4 years till you start the process, or?
Yeah, I would say within probably about a 5 to 8 year period of time.
5 to 8 years?
Mm-hmm.
Is there any government processes that take a long time that government officials can help speed up?
It probably won't, you know, I don't think it'll be compromised, you know, time-wise by the government process, because I think most of the approvals that we need to get through the government, such as, you know, the certificate of need approvals and that type of thing, I don't think that will slow it down. The thing that's going to be, you know, more time-consuming is establishing the appropriate partnerships, okay, with other people to work with us on it, so that, you know, that we've got the right partners that have capital capacity, the right partners that have operating knowledge and so forth to, you know, package it and put it together so that it is ready to go.
So to offer your 100-bed hospital and 150-bed nursing facility, how many jobs will that provide?
Well, the estimate is 1,100.
And will this be more than the number of employees that you currently have at the Wahiawa location?
Yes, it would be significantly more than we have. You know, we are currently running about 480 to 500 FTEs at the current location. So in terms of actual number of people, it's probably more like 650 that we've got, but a lot of them are part-time, a lot of them are call-in and so forth, so they're not full-time, but just the full-time equivalent number of people we have is about 480 at this point.
So technically, if everything goes well with your planning, you could finish the hospital before the end of the first phase, which is 2018.
Yes. Oh, yes, sure. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Members, any further questions? Vice Chair Harimoto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for Mr. Brubaker. Is that okay? Mr. Brubaker? I wanted to follow up on your presentation. You said that supply is tight, housing supply is tight, and the economic conditions are good, but we still have low housing. So I'm not a real expert in economics, but I'm just wondering, you know, with that statement, coupled with the fact that we just heard that we're pumping in, or the Castle and Cooke is pumping in $100 million in traffic improvements, adding to the cost of the housing. I mean, can you give us your perspective on the supply and demand and the cost of this?
Probably the easiest way to summarize it is with the slide that I skipped over. So I'll tell you when to stop. Stop. So the problem with supply and demand is the stock of housing is fixed at any point in time, but the flow of new housing is what enables that stock to grow as the demand for that stock grows. And the sources of growth are primarily just household formation coming from natural increase in the population, in migration. And then there's an additional source of demand from investors who are looking to acquire second homes, or, you know, divorces that create two households out of one. But we can't readily observe supply and demand the way we can think about it in our head or draw a picture of it in a classroom. So we infer what's going on in the housing market, in the nature of that equilibrium, by looking at conditions in the market. And one of them that's really instructive is the relationship between two conditions that we observe in the housing market. The amount of inventory that would be remaining in the market for existing homes at current sales rates. So people are listing their homes for sale on any given day, and people are absorbing homes that were listed through purchases of those homes. And when conditions are not good, when there's a lot of excess supply in the market, there tends to be lots of inventory that's not moving very quickly. Absorption is insufficient to take up the homes that people are hoping to sell, and it may take a long time for those homes to sell. For example, in the mid-1990s, upward of 15 to 20 months was the average around 1995. As recently as 2008, after the collapse of Lehman Brothers, during the financial turbulence that fall, there were up to 12 months of inventory remaining in both single-family and condominium markets on Oahu. Currently, the number is about 3 months of inventory remaining. And if you think of it from a transaction processing standpoint, it takes about a month or two just to close the deal, just to get the title cleared and so on and so forth. So that tends to be an indication of 3 months, let's say. It tends to be an indication of very tight market conditions where demand is at risk of or may actually be outstripping supply. And certainly a movement from lots of months of inventory remaining to very few months of inventory remaining is indicative of demand growing faster than supply. So that's one indication we have. And as I say, currently the number is just shy of 3, maybe 2.8 months, maybe 2.9 months of inventory remaining on Oahu. The flip side of that is the rate at which home prices are appreciating. And generally speaking, we observe slack conditions with lots of inventory remaining associated with stagnant or falling prices, and tight conditions with very little inventory remaining, consistent with more rapid rates of price increase. And that's what these two charts show you for Oahu, the relationship in the single family market on the left and in the market for condominiums on the right. Data going back to about 1995, I think, from January 1995 through August, the most recent data point. And you can see the transition we've gone through from 2008 to 2010. Currently, where those crosshairs are, where the vertical and horizontal lines intersect, is where we are as of August, with 3 months of inventory remaining. And the prediction of this relationship, there tends to be a lag of about 5 months between inventories and the associated price appreciation rate. So the forecast would be by the beginning of next year, we'll be looking at 15% appreciation versus maybe 9% currently and 0 the last few years. So the point is, we're already moving quickly into an area where there's not enough existing home supply. As I indicated earlier, if you go back a couple slides, production is so low. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous to listen to you guys talk about 10,000 units here and 3,500 units there. Like, that's a big number, because 10,000, Hope Hill is going to build 10,000, 11,000 units over what, 20 years? Bro, we built 10,000 units a year for 25 years on this island. You know what I mean? I mean, the all-time high is 13,000 in 1 year. So it's just silly what we're talking about. Let me interpret the graph on the right to give you an example of how crazy this is. I mean, this is so wackadoodle that we were building 5% of the existing housing inventory for most of the middle through the end of the 20th century on this island. And admittedly, the population growth rate was higher. The baby boom and in-migration, statehood, and a booming economy, which we do not have today, meant that 5% of the existing inventory built every year satisfied 2.5% population growth every year. Currently, the population growth rate is about 1%, maybe 0.9. But the new housing formation rate is 0.66. So we're not even endowing the newborn with the existing per capita housing stock. That's crazy. And all this jazz about traffic, I'm sorry, I sat here for hours listening to this stuff about how let's not create economic activity and form wealth and create incomes so that the traffic doesn't get worse. Dude, how would you know the difference? I mean, we'll get the income 10 years from now instead of now. What? So I'm all in favor of mitigating the traffic, so we should do that too. I'm saying not solving this massive housing problem is not going to get benefits from mitigating traffic congestion that are anywhere near the costs that are being imposed on young families trying to form new households.
Thank you very much. That was very informative. Thank you. Can I just have a follow-up question? Okay, so also kind of a different subject, but since you're an expert on economics, the issue of affordable housing always comes up. And as much as we'd all like to do much, much more affordable housing, if we demand more affordable housing from a developer, what impact does it have on housing?
Yeah, hello? The problem is, with all due respect, none of you are smart enough, and none of us are smart enough to know how much is that much, right? You're not sufficiently omniscient to know how much the developer, whether it should be 30% or 32.789% or maybe 32.643%, right? I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. And if you go to the last slide in the problem with these approaches that we see over and over again, so go, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, one more, stop. Everybody that studied these policies of inclusionary zoning where there are fixed quotas that are imposed on developers, thou shalt build this many, you will build 10% of you're going to build 350 homes out of your 3,500 that Gerensbaum Barretts you will lose money on, and will make those peasants who win the lottery literally wait 20 years before they can actually cash in their winnings. Who does that, right? These policies have uniformly been found to be failures in the economics literature on housing. And if you needed more evidence than the most recent UHERO University of Hawaii study, that's the first quote. Inclusionary zoning policies have failed everywhere, including Oahu. So it's kind of mystifying to me why we keep rolling this stuff out. We were all here in the 80s, remember? It totally failed. And then there was a moratorium, and now everybody's bringing it back like they didn't all live through the 80s. I was in the room with you guys, right? So, the solution that economics proposes is to let people build the housing. The end. And the developers will choose where they can build. And if you go to the previous slide, I can't tell you where people are going to buy in the future, but I can tell you what they were buying for the last 6 years. Now this is before home prices started to take off. So it's an interesting sample where home prices just kind of stayed the same. $650,000 for a single family home, $325,000, for maybe $600 for a single family home on average, and maybe like $300 for a condo. And this is the distribution, and I'm cutting off of 20,000 transactions for which I have data. I'm cutting off 300 transactions involving sales of 3 million or more, because I don't care about those people. The affordable housing requirement that we have in the city now, as some fraction of median income that somebody in Washington D.C. made up. That's that little tail of the distribution here. So that's the little white area to the left, that's what would qualify, that's the threshold that qualifies based on income. And here's the problem. Most of us are peasants, right? We live in a house in the blue zone. We would like to live in a house in the upper half, the upper white part, but that's all those buggers down in Hawaii Kai or something. We don't care about them either. So we all live over here in the blue zone. And here's what happens when prices go up. When you go, like, go over to the previous slide. So the problem in Hawaii is that prices don't go upward nice and steady over time. They go up in these abrupt periods of rapid appreciation in which affordability burns out. It rises really rapidly until nobody can afford it, and then we have to kind of sit around and wait for things to catch up. And we've gone through that. I can only show you 3 cycles of data here, but we've just been through one of those. We've just gone through kind of the quiet zone. And as I showed in that earlier slide in my presentation, we're right at the point where things start to, accelerate. That it's going to start to go away from us. It was 0 for 6 years, then it was 5 or 10% for a year, and now it's going to be 10 to 15%. And the thing is, once that takes off, and the horse has left the barn, that's it. And what happens to this distribution chart? Go back to that chart I just looked at a second ago. Us guys in the blue zone, we can still only afford the blue zone. But the train leaves the station, not the train, capital T-H-E, capital T-R, this train. And the distribution moves to the right and repositions itself, right, at another level, a higher level to the right. And all us guys get left out. And what happens if you require that the developer continue to build based on some arbitrary threshold, below 335,000 or whatever the rule is, then the cross-subsidization that has to occur from the high end to the low end, because all homes are moving up on the same tide, right? The cross-subsidization means they can't profitably build in the blue zone anymore. If you look at what Castle and Cooke builds out in this part of the island where you can actually do this, right? You can't do it in Kaka'ako, but up in Central Oahu, you can build to match this distribution most of the time. You can build so that regular people can buy a house, raise their family, send their kids to overcrowded school, and spend an hour driving to work. And that's what we've been doing for 30, 40 years. But every once in a while, the thing jumps to the right, and then it leaves a huge puka in time where nobody can do that for a few years. And we're right at the moment where people can actually get in, get a good mortgage, get what, at $600,000 is a reasonably priced house, considering where it will be eventually. And if you let that moment pass because you didn't build enough housing and demand takes off, then, they may fulfill this requirement, that little white area. But the guys who get blasted are all of us peasants in the blue zone.
Thank you very much. That's very enlightening. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to call the Department of Planning and Permitting. Thank you very much, Director. Director, can you tell the committee how many additional housing units the Central Oahu plan calls for?
You're talking about the existing inventory?
The existing.
I'd have to call up my staff in terms of the detail. I'm not sure what the number is. Kathy or Randy? What's the existing inventory?
So the question is, what's the existing inventory of housing in Central Oahu?
How many additional housing units does the existing Central Oahu plan call for, as it's currently written, before the update?
Sorry, hold on a sec. According to the existing Central Oahu Sustainable Communities Plan, in 2000, the year 2000, there were 149,000 people in Central Oahu, and it was projected to be increased to 173,000 by 2025.
Can you repeat that one more time?
You want the population number? Okay. 149,000 in 2000. 173,000 in 2025.
Does the plan list the number of projected additional housing units?
An additional 11,000 new housing units to the existing 45,000 in 2000.
Okay, so the existing plan calls for an additional 11,000.
Correct.
Over and above what was there in 2000.
Correct.
Okay, and over and above what was there in 2000, that number is, the existing in 2000 was?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
According to the plan in 2000, the number?
The 2000 number is 45,000 homes.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Harimoto, you had questions for the department?
Yes, just a couple questions. So, what is the population growth projected in that area?
I think Mr. Okawa has just mentioned the projected growth is to 173,000 by 2025.
Right. So, would you say that we need these housing units to satisfy the projected population growth?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, given what the DP as it currently stands projects.
Okay. So I just wanted to reiterate that is your professional judgment.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Kind of unrelated to that, but in the report it talks about a daycare center for seniors and children. Do I read it correctly that we're saying that Castle and Cooke will provide the land and convey it to the city for this purpose?
What was the first part of the question?
For the daycare center, seniors and...
Yes, they'll be providing the land for these daycare centers.
So what is the city intending to do with this? Are we building something and running something? I just thought this was curious. I saw it and it kind of jumped out at me.
I think
the recommendation on our report asks that the applicant study the feasibility, first of all, to look at providing the land and the feasibility of where these will be. It doesn't say that they have to be constructed, and there's no requirement for the developer to construct, but the developer is asked to review the feasibility.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, normally, Councilmember Harimoto, on this kind of stuff, the provision of land is with quite often with the intention just that to keep the master plan flexible, so uses that we think might be good for the community have a place identified, and sometimes the provision of it might be through private daycare facilities, or it doesn't mean that the city will be providing those facilities.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Thank you.
Director, regarding the daycare facility, do we envision something akin to what the early education center is at on the Civic Center grounds at Honolulu Hale?
I don't think so. I think it's really a more general concept than that. We don't have a specific design in mind. I think the idea is that given the number of families with young children, there will be need for a childcare facility, and all we're saying is that provide the space for it. We don't have any specific concepts or designs in mind.
Thank you. Councilmember Manor?
Just a few follow-up questions. In your report and the recommendation on page 27, you indicate quote, "The DOT Highways Division continues to have concerns about the impacts of the impacts on the state transportation facilities from the project." And so that was based on a letter from Glenn Okimoto, who's the director of the State Department of Transportation, that was attached to your report and recommendation. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And so I'd like to point out that recently I contacted Alvin Takashita, as I'd mentioned earlier, asking him to clarify what their concerns are. But before I go into this, I wanted to ask you, since the issuance of your report and recommendation, have you obtained additional clarification from the Department of Transportation as to what their continuing concerns are with respect to the Koa Ridge development?
Well, we haven't had any recent communication, but in the earlier communication, their concerns were pretty general in terms of, and I guess because it's DOT, primarily H2, H1 corridor types of concerns and the level of service on those corridors.
Okay. Well, perhaps I can update. I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Sheldon.
In our recommendation, due to the concerns of all the transportation agencies, we do have a recommendation on all of the plans and updates to the TIARs and the comprehensive transportation master plan that the Department of Planning and Permitting, the Department of Transportation Services, and DOT will review and approve these plans. That's contained in our report. And we all are asking the applicant to provide a schedule of when these plans will be completed prior to the first grading permit approval or subdivision approval, whichever comes first.
Okay, well anyway, the email that I received indicates that where I asked for clarification on the continuing concerns of the Department of Transportation, Mr. Takashita responded as follows. He says the timeline for completion of the TIR is dependent on the developer's agreement to mitigate traffic impacts. While we would like to complete and approve the TIR as soon as possible, we will need to have discussions and a meeting of the minds with the developer on the installation of mitigation improvements. And then they go on to say that the DOT continues to work with the developer to reach an agreement set to mitigations to traffic impacts. The DOT concerns are focused on Kahuku Boulevard, H2, and the impacts of the proposed access onto Kamehameha Highway. So my reading of this email indicates that there are continuing concerns that the DOT still needs to have resolved. And so the question I wanted to ask of you is, given these continuing concerns and the importance of the City Council receiving definitive input from the Department of Transportation as to whether or not these concerns will be addressed with respect to state roadway facilities and that traffic impacts of those facilities will be adequately mitigated, would you say that it would be prudent for us as a legislative body to ensure that all of the Department of Transportation concerns are adequately resolved before final action is taken on the zoning change?
I definitely think so, and otherwise I would not have recommended approval for the thing. One thing I would like to clarify with these concerns, I think the record of Castle and Cooke, in terms of they've been talking to the DOT for 5 years, and the improvements that they've already committed to pay for are a result of these conversations. As you'll notice, a lot of it is on Kahuku Boulevard, the intersection with H2, and with Kamehameha Highways, precisely the roadways that the letter refers to. And so, to me, that's a sign that Castle and Cooke has been talking to and responsive to the concerns from DOT. And the reality of transportation improvements is that One clarification I do want to make, which I didn't make in my earlier statement, is that this concept of infrastructure coming before the plan or the plan coming before the infrastructure, I think it's philosophically, it should be divided into two categories. To me, the plans, the general plan, the development plans, the zoning master plans, that's one phase of planning for infrastructure concurrency. The other phase is in our construction permit phase, which is our building permits and grading permits. In the planning phase, and this is my belief, is that the plans should lead the infrastructure. The infrastructure constraints should not lead the plans. Because in a general master planning scenario, the plan leads the infrastructure. The plan tells you what infrastructure you need. So the plan is the vision and the forward anticipation of the community. Now, so at the plan level, to me, the plan should lead. Infrastructure deficiencies you will identify depending on what the plan is. And so I don't find it philosophically a problem that there may be some deficiencies or concerns about infrastructure adequacy, but that wouldn't be a reason for not approving a good plan. Now, having said that, at the construction permit level, at the grading permit level or building permit and certificate of occupancy, when you actually have to build and people get to occupy a facility, that's a different matter. At that point, the infrastructure capacity is a much more critical concurrency thing, because like, for instance, if you didn't have the sewer and you were to build a house, then you couldn't occupy the house, if you didn't have the sewer capacity. And so, same with the water. If the infrastructure is not available at the time of the construction, then it's that's a real problem, because you've expended a lot of resources and you can't use the thing after you've built it. So the concurrency issue of infrastructure and planning, for me, the limitations of the current infrastructure should never limit the vision and the future, because the planning side of it is the anticipation of the future. And if you look at the way developments occur, because the build-out is usually 20, 30 years, even though the developer often has a much more optimistic expectation or desire to sell off their units. If you look at Milan and Marco, how many decades did it take from plan approval to build out? I think the same will be true of Koa Ridge. So we're really, in my mind, realistically talking a 30-year timetable, in which time the state line agencies would have the opportunity to do what's necessary, decide which projects are priority, and work with the landowners in getting it. So I don't see that as a problematic situation. It's a normal situation.
Okay, because I'm not talking about, of course, the Sustainable Communities Plan. I'm talking about the TIAR and MOA, which are important documents that are supposed to identify negative traffic impacts, as well as recommendations, to make firm recommendations in regards to the mitigation measures to alleviate those impacts. Those are issues that I think are very relevant and pertinent that the council should be fully informed about. And receive the official and final input from an agency such as the State Department of Transportation in considering this sort of an issue or zoning change. It would seem to me that you're saying that at the department level you'll take a look at that, but the issue is at what level should we closely look at those issues? And I'm just saying that from a policy standpoint, I'm just wondering if the City Council shouldn't be more involved in that particular level of review.
With all, respects about the TIAR and the DOT review of the TIAR, the fact that it's taken 5 years and it's been a continuous back and forth dialogue tells me that it's being considered now whether council, what council should do with that, and with the fact that there's no final TIAR. I think maybe too much is given to the notion of a final TIAR, because even DOT, even assuming they approved a final TIAR tomorrow, they're asking for updates, because they know that the TIAR is a projected estimate, and that they'll have to continue to monitor the situation as to when the project actually goes out, when the market absorbs the thing, because all of those things affect the timing And that timing is very important in terms of when the infrastructure should come in.
Yeah. So I guess what we're wrestling with is, you have a report and recommendation that clearly states verbatim, you quoted from a letter from the State Department of Transportation Director, that the Department of Transportation continues to have concerns with respect to the impact of Koa Ridge on state transportation facilities, which include the H2 Freeway and other roadways that are heavily congested, most heavily congested in our state. I receive a follow-up email from the DOT just asking them to clarify whether these concerns remain, and they say that these concerns remain. So I guess the issue that we need to decide is, if the DOT continues to have these concerns, as council members, shouldn't we expect that their concerns should be resolved in evaluating, whether or not we move ahead with the zoning change? But I'm just throwing that out as an issue, and I think that's an issue that we need to wrestle with.
I think it is definitely an important issue. I think you have to look at the fact that having concerns, but what does that mean? Does that mean stop the project? Does that mean phase the project? See, that's what I'm saying, that the fact that DOT has concerns still leaves open the policy question about what to do with the, with the zoning, because, and I don't think, and so, I don't see that that's what DOT is saying. They say they have concerns. I view that as meaning that it's an important issue, and that the developer, DPP, the city, and DOT should continue to monitor the situation, and that's why within our process we ask for updates of the TIR in order to monitor the situation, and if for some reason things get worse, then we have to consider maybe phasing or other mitigation measures as a way of dealing with it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's getting late, so thank you for your patience.
Deputy Director, did you have a follow-up to that?
I just wanted to explain. Earlier, Director Atta made an excellent point in saying that the planning, the vision should take precedent over the infrastructure development. It's the vision. And basically, with the TIAR, as Director Atta pointed out, it will be updated every 1,000 units or every 2 to 3 years, whichever comes first. And with that update, the Comprehensive Transportation Master Plan also gets updated and gets reviewed again by the 3 agencies, ourselves, DOT, and DTS. Again, it's a dynamic document, and things will change as we get more information periodically on the updates of the TIAR. Again, when the construction permits come in, the subdivision, grading, building permits, DTS and DOT are partners in our reviews. We route these applications to these agencies for their review and recommendations. So again, it's a dynamic situation. Things will change, things will be updated.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Appreciate it.
Before you make the you guys discussion before you make the recommendation.
Okay. Members, I would like to note that we have a proposed posted CD1, which is attached to your agenda. For your information, the amendments are A, amending the bill to specify the applicable zoning maps being amended. B, amending the bill and attached Exhibit A1 to reflect the following adjustments to the proposed zone change areas as requested by the applicant in miscellaneous communication 2147. 1, reduces the community park site by 2 acres and increases the adjacent BMX3 community business mixed-use district by 2 acres. 2, changes 26 acres of land formerly proposed for R3.5 residential district to A2 medium density apartment district. C, there are also miscellaneous technical and non-substantive amendments. We also have a proposed unilateral agreement draft dated August 14th to be attached as Exhibit B to the bill after execution and recordation that is also in your meeting folders. If you wanted to make remarks before I make my recommendation, you may. Okay. First, I'd like to thank everybody for coming out this evening, being here to share your mana'o with us. I'll give some brief statements, and then I will go ahead and make my recommendation. This committee has spoken with the Department of Planning and Permitting and the City Administration, both the current and prior administrations, regarding the Oahu General Plan and the various inceptions of the Oahu General Plan since it was first drafted in the 1970s. In the 1970s, the second city on Oahu was first designated to be in Kahaluu, located in Windward, Oahu. There were obviously challenges to locating the second city in Kahaluu. One of the wettest parts of the island, land areas that are available, very, very limited. In the mid-1970s, it was decided that Central Oahu would host Oahu's second city. The drawbacks of having Central Oahu host Oahu's second city have been known since the 1970s. But again, as I just mentioned, when we were looking at Kahaluu originally, there were also drawbacks there. And when both sides were weighed, it was figured out more than 30 years ago that Central Oahu was going to host Oahu's second city. And that was a decision that was going to be made. Since then, government has accounted for the second city designation of Central and West Oahu by providing a full-service city hall in Kapolei. The state has relocated their family courthouse. There's a full-fledged college campus at UH West Oahu that is projected for further build-out. There is much private office space, residences, and a host of other amenities that have been built. Now, can we revisit the decision designating Central Oahu as a second city? Certainly we can. But if we are going to revisit that decision, then we are going to start back at square one, where we did more than 30 years ago, and start this process all over again, when all of the improvements that we already have here in Central Oahu would essentially be for naught. Now, I will state that there are challenges with going forward with Central Oahu being the second city. But that said, that really is the best decision to go forward with. And we really have come to the point where we really need to move forward with our second city. This is but a component of doing that. We do need to continue to work with the affected communities, the affected community leaders, all of the area stakeholders, including the elected officials who are sitting at this table, who were elected by this community to represent them. I look forward to continuing to work with all stakeholders involved and this committee and our community leaders to putting out the best plan possible. Due to the reasons that I've just stated and the facts that I've just presented, I will be recommending that Bill 48 be amended to a CD1 as just discussed. And should that recommendation go ahead and pass, I will then recommend that Bill 48 in its CD1 form be reported out for adoption. So first of all, members, I'd like to recommend that Bill 48 be amended to a CD1. If we don't have any discussion, do we have any objections or reservations? Okay, if not, the chair will recommend that Bill 48 CD1 be reported out for second reading and scheduling of a public hearing. Councilmember Menor.
Okay, I will support, but with reservations, and I have reservations for several obvious reasons. First of all, I would note that community leaders from within my district have opposed this proposed development project on a number of occasions. For example, the Mililani Waipio Melimano Neighborhood Board, number 25, has adopted 4 separate resolutions requesting that the Koa Ridge proposed development be deferred pending the completion of the 5-year review of the Central Oahu Sustainable Communities Plan. And I would note that the board adopted 4 of these resolutions unanimously, the most recent of which was adopted at its regular meeting of February 27, 2013 by a vote of 17-0. I would also note that a neighboring neighborhood board, the Waihoa Whitmore Village Neighborhood Board number 26, also adopted a similar resolution on February 25, 2013. We've already received testimony from the Midline Neighborhood Board Chair, Dick Poyer, expressing his reasons for his board's position. So given the position that the board has taken, I do have reservations with respect to your recommendation. I think another issue that concerns me, and this is something that I discussed at length with the director of DPP, which is that the Department of Transportation has indicated that they continue to have concerns with respect to the impact of this proposed development on state roadway facilities, including the H2 Freeway. And it seems to me that given the fact that the traffic issue is a critical issue that the City Council needs to carefully and adequately address in considering this zone change application, it seems to me that it would be incumbent on us as City Council members to ensure that the concerns of the State Department of Transportation are fully addressed and resolved before we take final action. So as this issue moves forward, I'm hoping that this committee will receive additional input from the Department of Transportation. I would also like to note that I would like to continue working with the developers and community leaders to see if we might be able to come up with additional proposed conditions for the unilateral agreement to address community concerns relating to traffic mitigation, impacts on our schools, and other issues. So in that regard, I would respectfully ask and greatly appreciate from the developer that they continue to keep an open mind in terms of discussing these issues further with the committee. And finally, I would like to note that I think that the timing is good for the council to consider whether the city's affordable housing rules should be amended so that more affordable units can be built in future developments such as Koa Ridge and others. So in that regard, I've introduced resolution number 13-168 and 13-202 that relate to this issue, and I'm hopeful that these resolutions will be given a hearing for at least discussion purposes before the zoning committee during its next regularly scheduled meeting on September 26th, and I look forward to seeing our esteemed economic expert, Mr. Brubaker, whom I'm sure will be present at that hearing, should you decide to schedule a hearing in those resolutions. But my final comment was that I do favor moving this issue forward, application for further discussion, because I do recognize that there are positive benefits that the Koa Ridge project will provide in terms of creating badly needed construction jobs, and the fact that it will help us to address our housing problems that exist on this island in the future. So with that said, I will support your recommendation, but I will do so with reservations.
Thank you, Councilmember Manoa. Vice Chair Harimoto, your remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to thank all the people who spent the entire evening with us. It's been a long night. It really is helpful for us to hear both sides, so we do appreciate the comments both for and against the rezoning. I do want to reiterate that Koa Ridge land sits within 2 council districts. Of course, the greater portion of it sits within District 9, Councilmember Manoa's district, but a smaller part of it does sit within District 8, which is my district. And as I said earlier, it is separated from Mililani. There's no direct access. All the access is through my district. So I do have very significant concerns with the project in those regards. We heard a lot tonight about 2 major concerns. I heard a lot about traffic and I heard a lot about the concern with building over agricultural lands. And, you know, I've taken those comments to heart. But we heard that the developer is spending $100 million to improve traffic. Much of it goes toward improving existing traffic concerns, which many of us know it's real. Today, without Koa Ridge, we have horrible traffic, and they're spending their own money to help us here. And we may be able to say that they're saving us tax money, because otherwise DOT and the city DTS would have to deal with it. So, you know, I think we need to put that on the table. As far as agricultural land, you know, I have concerns just as much as some of you do. We don't want to pave over agricultural land. We want to be self-sustaining with food production. But we've heard from some of the experts that perhaps this might not be as a significant setback as some people may believe. And I think as the discussion goes further, we will try to verify some of those statements. You know, I think it's probably important for me to say that I've lived in Pro City my whole life, born and raised in Pro City. And you know, back in those days, I'm 59 years old, by the way, so 59 years I've lived in Pro City. I've seen development occur. I've seen, you know, back then, Pro City was pretty much the edge of civilization on Oahu. It was. I've seen the developments occur going out west, going out north. You know, if we all feel that I've got my house, you know, I'm happy, so perhaps that should be it. I don't know where people would be living today. Mililani wouldn't be there. Eva, Kapolei wouldn't be there. So I think we need to look forward. And I say this from the perspective that because all these developments have been occurring over all these years, traffic has been horrible. Every year it gets worse and worse and worse. But we deal with it. I leave my house at 5:30 in the morning just to get to town without having to spend an hour in traffic. I get home late. You know what? How is that in quality of life? You know, but we deal with it because people need places to live. I mean, that's how it is. When traffic backs up on the freeway, what happens? People cut through Pro City. Our surface streets are just all jam-packed, but we deal with it. I don't believe I have the right to say, I have my house, so nobody else can. So, you know, that's kind of where I'm coming from. So I made some notes as we were talking tonight. You know, we also talked about where the development should occur. And I have to state for the record, I'm one of the biggest proponents of transit-oriented development to concentrate the new development in the urban corridor along the rail line. And why that's relevant is that although we're doing that, I think people need options. They need options of where to live. I'm born and raised in Pro City, but you know, for 2 years I did live downtown. Right after we got married, we lived in an apartment in town. I hated living in town. Sorry for those you live in town, but I mean, for me, I needed that option to move back to Pro City. That's my roots, and that's where I want to be. And I think that's why this development is important, as was stated by some of the testifiers. People need options of where they want to live. So although I am the largest proponent of TOD concentrating development along the rail lines, I don't believe I have the right to say, you must live there. People need a choice. And by the way, we all know that there's a lot of pushback from all the big high-rise development in Kaka'ako. So if we say we don't want urban sprawl, but yet we don't want high-rises, you know, where are people going to live? We know that population will continue to increase. As we've heard from the experts on population projections, they will increase. And I'm kind of taken aback by some of the implications by some who seem to say, or maybe I'm interpreting what they say to be that if we don't build houses, maybe we won't have population growth. Well, it doesn't work that way. Population will continue to increase and we need places for people to live. My children need a place to live. 2 of my 3 boys still live with us. And they're in their 20s and 30s, by the way. Because they can't afford, a place to live. We need more housing. My son was married, his family lives with us because they can't afford a place to live. We need to increase the housing supply, as we've heard from Mr. Brubaker. We need to do that. And that's not to say there aren't problems with this. Yes, there are, but we need to move this along. And finally, I just want to say that I am very concerned about some of the things we've heard, some of the concerns. But we need to put all this into perspective and weigh everything. The bottom line for me is people need choices. My children, your children, need a place to live. That's what it's all about. And I think this decision largely is a matter of shaping the future of Oahu. It's all about the future. So with that said, Mr. Chair, I strongly support your recommendation to move this along. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Harimoto. Councilmember Kobayashi.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I continue to mourn the loss of prime ag land. Mr. Brubaker's testimony has certainly helped soften that loss. And I will support your recommendation with reservations because of my concern about the loss of prime ag land. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kobayashi. Councilmember Pine.
Thank you, Chair. For me, what I wanted to hear today was how my district, the Ewa Plain to the Waianae Coast, would be affected. And our greatest concern is traffic and how it would impact us. I was very happy and glad to hear from DPP that they are planning a bus rapid transit system to help with that, get Mill Line residents to the rail line. I'm also very happy to hear the freeway will be widened in the Mill Line area, as well as a total of $100 million improvements. However, I still feel that your argument is a little weak in terms of how that you're going to help the traffic with my constituents once we meet you at the H1, H2 merge. But I do feel that there's a solution from what I've heard tonight. It has always been my belief that every community should do a better job, as well as with the Department of Planning, of containing our own population growth. Ewa has been a victim of bad planning. But now it's kind of neat living on the Ewa Plain. There's lots of jobs. And every day I meet another resident that said, Kim, I quit my job in town and now I work in Kapolei and I take 10 minutes to get to work. Or sadly, I meet residents just say I couldn't take it anymore, so I moved to town. There's only so much traffic that people will take, and so these changes will occur with any new development. The solutions I see, and I hope to hear more about these solutions in our final reading. It would help to make it easier for me to support it in the final reading. I truly see the hospital becoming a success as the most important factor of ensuring that this development does not affect my community. A growth of 1,100 jobs in the Mililani area from one employer is huge. So I really think it's important for Castle and Cooke to help these guys with these partnerships. I don't want to see 4 or 5 years to take them to find these partnerships. Because what that will stimulate is not just 1,100 jobs in that one location, but it will stimulate job growth in the surrounding areas because people will be buying and purchasing from this whole entire area. So as growth happens in the area and you build, I'm hoping to not tell the difference because you'll be so successful in this job stimulation. I also hope that you take a harder look at my suggestion about the senior housing. I know that there is a market for this, especially in Mililani town. So I hope that you will blend that into your first phase a little more. I think you will be very successful in that area. And then finally, and we've kind of talked about this, and this is part of my whole theme, that we need to contain our own population growth so it doesn't affect other areas, is I really want to see Castle and Cooke make a very big, strong effort and a commitment to the council that in your first phase, that you will make a strong effort to market to Mililani residents first. I know that there's certain rules and regulations in terms of bidding processes and things like that. But what I've heard today is there's a big market as well from your Mililani residents who want to kick their kids out of the house. And I think that will also contain the fact that people already are on the roads that I'm seeing on the H2 merge. I won't notice that they're new people because they just live in another house from their parents. As someone who grew up in a very low-income family where 12 of us lived in a 3-bedroom house, I know that there's a lot of families out there that are looking for housing just down the street because we all want to eat for free still at Grandma's house. So I hope that we can work a little better on these areas. I think my constituents will feel a lot better about the traffic if we can address these concerns. And so I will support your motion, Chair.
Thank you very much, committee members. Now, just finally, touching upon what some of the remarks that Councilmember Pine made, the Department of Planning and Permitting did indeed speak about integrating our award-winning bus system with the coming rail system. And there are many municipalities across the country, Washington, D.C. in particular, that rely on a good, solid bus transportation system in order to make their rail systems work. There are people who live outside of Washington, D.C., on the outskirts of the state of Virginia, the outskirts of the state of Maryland, who are off of the rail line, but they rely on being able to walk from their homes to a bus stop, get on a bus, get to a rail station, and then get to where they need to be, whether it be for work, or whether it be to get their children where they need to be, or to do their errands. But having a solid bus system is part of a good plan. One does not necessarily need to be on the rail line in order to make this work. Additionally, as a father of 4, I absolutely understand the need for additional housing. And if when my children are grown, if they decide not to live on Oahu, I want to do everything I can to ensure that their decision is one of choice and not because they could not find a place to live. Please understand that I do not make this recommendation lightly, and that I've put a lot of careful thought, consideration, and have worked with my staff to do a lot of research in coming up with it. Again, thank you all very much for being here. So members, again, the chair's recommendation is that Bill 48 CD1 be reported out for second reading and scheduling of a public hearing. Any reservations? Noting the reservations of Councilmember Manor and Councilmember Kobayashi, Bill 48 CD1 has been reported out for second reading and scheduling of a public hearing. The chair further recommends granting a 90-day extension of time for Bill 48 CD1, subject to written receipt from the applicant requesting such. Any discussion, objections, or reservations on granting the 90-day extension of time? If not, members, thank you very much. I'd also like to thank the city administration for being here this evening, and I'd like to thank the fine people at Leeward Community College for hosting us this evening and for allowing us to use their facilities again. There being no further business before the Zoning and Planning Committee, we are adjourned.